Hi everyone and welcome back. We're about to start, so please take your seats. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Immigrants We Get the Job Done portion of the program. My name is Nick Dawes. I'm the Executive Director of The City, which is a nonprofit newsroom in New York. We do investigative and service reporting, aiming to plug some of the holes in local reporting there. And, you know, they say you should never meet your heroes, but one of the cool things about working as a journalist, as I have for most of my life, is that you do get to meet your heroes. And today is such a day for me, because Marina Walker-Guevara is one of the most remarkable leaders in global journalism that you will ever get the chance to meet. Right now, she's executive editor at the Pulitzer Center, where she leads an extraordinary range of work all around the world on climate, democracy, technology, artificial intelligence, human rights, providing fundamental support to independent journalists around the world, leading extraordinary training work for journalists, academic support. Before that, Marina was at the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, where I'm sure you've heard of the Panama Papers and the Paradise Papers, two globe-spanning, highly complex, collaborative investigative projects that leveraged international expertise, secure communication, technology to deliver really, really bombshell reporting all around the world. So it's a huge privilege to be able to have this conversation with Marina. Our mics don't get the job done, so we'll switch until someone can get that one working.
Thank you so much, Nick. And how do I live up to that introduction? Thank you for your generosity. Thank you to the organizers of the Media and Democracy Summit for bringing us together for these fundamental conversations that we all need to have at this very perilous and interesting time of the world.
So I want to start exactly with that. A lot of people in this country right now are focused on November and on the strange rerun that we're having of 2020, and maybe also on kind of, particularly for journalists, slightly traumatized memories of 2016 and what we got wrong. But this year is not only an Olympic year for sports, it's kind of an Olympic year for democracy, there are 64 elections going on around the world this year. And in many of those elections, it's not just policy that's on the ballot or personality, but actually democracy itself. So, Marina, you have and are supporting work in many of the countries where these really epochal and critical elections are happening. Tell us a bit about what you're seeing across your network in other democracies.
Thank you, Nick. I think it's no news for this crowd that facts are under assault, journalism is under assault in this country and also around the world. And this is a pivotal year. This is also a year where we have learned recently that about 70% of the world's population live under autocratic rule. 70% of the population of the world lives under autocratic rule. And we are electing illiberal leaders through our democracies, right? And these illiberal leaders are there proceeding to crush institutions. And we have seen it in country after country, from the Philippines to El Salvador to India, Hungary, and more. And the US might be online as well. So we are very proud of the work that journalists, under these incredibly difficult circumstances, the work that they are doing to report on these elections. One example that is very fresh to my mind, and let me remind you, today is the last day, I believe, of the Indian election. So just in a couple of days, we will learn that the BJP has won. That was something that was entirely expected. And what the journalists have been able to show us with incredible reporting in the past few weeks and months is that in this election in India, there's one application, one app that has played an outsized role in the definition of how this election was conducted and has been won by the BJP. And that application is called WhatsApp. Some of you might be familiar with it, some of you might not be familiar with it, but it's a messaging app that is very used in the Global South. I use it to communicate with my family in the Global South all the time. But this application is also being used by the political parties around the world and by the BJP specifically, if we stick with this example, in an incredibly scary social engineering experiment where one political party, for example, in India, this is the example we are using, reportedly controls 5 million WhatsApp groups. Each of those groups has hundreds of participants. And it takes about 12 minutes for a message to go from all the way up in the leadership of the BJP down a really incredibly detailed and intricate web of WhatsApp groups down to these communities around the country in rural areas. 12 minutes for the message to travel throughout India from beginning to end. These groups are being organized around caste, around religion, around gender. They are being organized down to the booth level. The party knows booth by booth who is supposed to work, who is supposed to vote there, and is able to direct that voting and that messaging. And of course, the messaging that is shared in these apps, as we have seen with other social media applications, is not just political messaging, but it's also misinformation and hate speech. So I recommend, take a look at some of the reporting that has been done on this issue. Sadly, some of the reporters that have been doing this work, they can't even promote their own stories. Why? Because the trolling would be endless, and they would be further traumatized.
It's pretty impossible to compete with the distribution efforts of party activists that are leveraging technology at that scale. Are there ways in which journalists are managing to intervene in messaging groups or leverage messaging themselves? Because it doesn't feel like putting 3,000 words on a website or printing them on a piece of paper is going to get you any place in a 12-minute world.
One fascinating thing is that to do this reporting, some of the journalists have been able to be part of those groups and have been able to observe firsthand how the messaging works, how the misinformation operations take place in real time. So that has been one way to be able to report on the story. And then can we match that kind of operation where that connects with some of the conversation we want to have today, like with the traditional ways that we've done journalism? If we think about journalism as publishing a story on a website, if we think about journalism about competing for scoops, that's not going to match what we are seeing on the other side. And what we like to say in the world where I come from of collaborative investigative journalism is that you need a network to fight a network. And this work is incredibly organized. This is in purpose. This is well engineered. And journalists working in isolation, competing for a little scoop, putting out like 400 words 5 times a day, that is not going to make it. We need to be a lot more sophisticated, radically collaborative, and also think about connections and collaboration outside of journalism. So break the silos in which we traditionally have operated and start creating and building bridges with others who are reaching audiences that sadly at this time might not be trusting journalism or might not be going to our websites to read 4,000 words.
So, one of the stories that the Pulitzer Center recently supported was a profile of Amit Shah, the second most powerful man in India, by a brilliant young Indian journalist named Atul Dev. I'd encourage you to read it. It's in The Guardian, and it's a real profile of how power works and how communication work in these systems. And I was working in India in a big newspaper at the time that the BJP came to power in 2014. And one of the things that I saw happen in our newsroom was that coverage of someone like Amit Shah, coverage even of Narendra Modi because of his reputation following a very brutal massacre in Gujarat, the state that he ruled back in 2002, did not normalize them. People were shocked that they could be ascending to power. But gradually over time, the norms of journalism and the norms of political coverage kind of overtook the whole system and the whole sector, and they began to be treated as normal candidates in a normal election. And that predated what happened here in the US in 2016 by a couple of years. Oftentimes, the Global South is actually a little bit ahead of the curve on some of these issues, including the use of technology. And I'm wondering if you think there's been a lot of criticism, a lot of questioning about the way the US media covered the 2016 election, and a lot of questions about whether those lessons have been learned. Do you think we have learned those lessons? Have we implemented them? Are there things people here should be learning from the practices you're seeing in other democracies that are threatened by illiberalism?
That's an excellent question. And the critical balance to strike there is like, how do we cannot continue to be stenographers, right? And we cannot treat fascism like if it was just another normal part of political life. But we also have to resist being pushed into the role of opposition. Journalism is not opposition. Journalism is journalism. It's a rigorous method of inquiry. It has ethical guidelines. It must be fiercely independent. And when I say independent, it's independent from all forms of power. Not only the power that is governing a country, but the power of the opposition parties, the power of the church, the power of media. That is what a fiercely independent journalism is all about. And in some countries, I feel like we have fallen a little bit into this trap of identifying, in the face of so much danger and attack, we have been put a little bit against the wall, and we have happily assumed that role of opposition. And by assuming the role of opposition instead of independent media, what we have done is kind of fuel this narrative, the fascist narrative, that journalism is co-opted, that journalism is biased, that people shouldn't trust journalists. So that's one lesson that I think that we can learn about to defend our independence at all costs. The other lesson we can learn is to be a little braver. And we have seen this in the Global South. We have a lot of lessons to learn from journalists that collectively have been able to stand up for one another in much more forceful ways that we have seen here, sometimes in the US. Before in the green room, we were just talking and saying, will we see the day when in the White House press room, when a journalist is called a name, when a journalist is denied an answer to a question that is of high public interest, will we see the day when that same question will be asked by all subsequent journalists organically until it gets answered?
I suppose one question about that is what it really looks like to model and perform and show our audience, show the public at large what the values of independent journalism look like in action when they are not opposition, but when they're built on that bedrock. And maybe we need some of those demonstrative moments.
Those moments are really powerful, and we have seen them again in other countries. And it comes also like in a change of mentality within journalism, a mentality of radical solidarity and collaboration among newsrooms, transcend the competitions and the small mindset that sometimes we have when we approach our work as colleagues. And realize these are not normal times. These are as dangerous times as we have ever lived. And I haven't lived long enough to maybe say that so decisively, but I think that people who have lived longer than me would agree that this is as dangerous and now it's AI powered. Now everything we experienced before, plus AI, plus the ability to create synthetic realities that don't exist and further confuse people, because ultimately the goal of these operations, of these misinformation operations and political operations, is to confuse. And going back to the election theme, either direct people to vote one way or direct people to not vote. Because if you get people to not vote, that, for a certain sector that is organizing these campaigns and these misinformation operations, that is the biggest win. If we get Democrats to not vote and centrist people to not vote in this election, that is going to be a biggest win.
I think our biggest win in this conversation is that we got more than halfway through it before the word AI was uttered. So I would like to congratulate us at a conference like this to get halfway through before we talk about AI is a massive win, but we have to talk about it, unfortunately. Sorry, everyone. Because one part of the challenge, and I think you've outlined it very richly, is what is the frame that we bring to our work, and what is the posture that we bring. But the other is, what are the tools that we bring, both conceptual and technological? And, I was pretty shocked last year when in a small state assembly race in New York City, a candidate in Harlem was attacked, apparently, by the Manhattan leader of the Democratic Party in shocking terms, appalling hot mic moment, supposedly. Keith Wright attacking Inez Dickens, saying she was useless. She wouldn't really run anyway. It turned out that it was a deep fake. And this is in a race where maybe a few $1,000s is spent. So if it's worthwhile to create a deep fake to disrupt a local assembly campaign in Harlem with a total budget of $10,000 or $15,000. What you could do at the scale of a presidential election or a Senate election is a whole different story. What do we need in our newsrooms and in our ecosystem to respond to not just flooding the zone with misinformation or disinformation or propaganda, but flooding the zone with these incredibly sophisticated fabrications?
Yeah, that was another aspect of the Indian election, and that we didn't mention is that there's a booming industry in India because of the election, a booming industry of AI producers, so companies that have come up exclusively to produce synthetic work for the political parties. In any case, as when it comes to journalism, we are at a crossroads because the latest iteration of the AI revolution is here. AI has been with us, let me remind you, since 1950 something. That's when the earlier concepts and models of AI were created. And now we are in an accelerated period because of the amount of data and the amount of computer power that these large language models can handle. The journalism world is as unprepared to tackle this as is the political sphere and the regulatory sphere. So at the Pulitzer Center and other organizations around the world, we're working very intently to train journalists and to support newsrooms so we don't run and we don't see that AI is going to be the savior of the intractable problems we face. AI is not going to solve our audience issue. AI is not going to solve our financing issue. And if we mindlessly and without thinking it through, just grab some tools off the shelf and bring them into the newsroom, and we have seen even very respected media organizations in this country make a fool of themselves by employing, deploying automated AI, writing in their websites. That is so. If we go down that route, it's only going to make all of our problems a lot worse. So what do we need? We need basic literacy for journalists. Remember when we used to say, maybe you don't remember, but we used to say in journalism that every journalist should be a climate reporter because climate change touches every aspect of society and every bit in journalism. What we now need to say is that every journalist needs to be an AI reporter because this story has already transformed all of our beats, whether it is criminal justice, health, environment, policing, and more. And if we haven't realized that that's the case, then we are sort of in a real big problem. So what we're hearing from journalists is not only that they need the tools, they need the concepts, they need the frameworks. How do we call out misdirection when we see it happen? How do we ask the right questions to AI companies that are incredibly powerful, that tells us that we don't understand the story? That's a good tactic, right? That companies like this on a technical sphere, they can tell you, oh, you're not understanding, this is too complicated for you. So what we are trying to do is to equip journalists so they can have the skills and the confidence, not only to apply AI in their journalism in the best and most powerful way, but also to investigate this story, this AI story, which is not a technological story, it's a political story, it's an economic story, and it's a story about power and ideology.
So part of what I like about this conversation is that I keep on throwing huge, hairy, terrible things at you, and you keep suggesting pretty direct, tactical, and strategic responses to them. And I want to pull back in a minute and look at the whole system, but I want to do one more of those things because I think injecting some hope along with the very urgent warnings is really, really helpful. Something we grapple with a lot in our newsroom and that I hear from a lot of my peers is we spend so much time asking questions about how we can do richer storytelling or adopt new technologies or deal with illiberal demagoguery, manage polarization. But actually, one of the most urgent problems we face is that people are not so much polarized as just tuning out. And for the political scientists in the room, I wanted to recall a paper from 2021 by Dan Hopkins in the American Journal of Political Science, where he ran an experiment. And he offered free subscriptions to either the Pittsburgh Gazette or the Philadelphia Inquirer, two great institutions of American metro journalism, subscriptions for free to 2,449 people. 40 people took him up. 40, which I think is 1.7%. So we can do all the clever things in the world to address our framing, to adopt new tools. But if people are that tuned out, we're going to really struggle to play our democratic role. How do you think, working across so many contexts and in so many different forms of journalism, about dealing with that problem?
I think one of the first things is to acknowledge that, and I think we said this before, that just publishing an article is no longer fulfilling our role in a democracy. It's super important. That's where everything starts, in that facts-based, hopefully compellingly written and presented article. But we know that a lot of the audiences that really matter are tuning out, are not going to the websites, are not getting the newspapers, do not have a subscription. So instead of just lamenting and despairing, we need to think about what is our role, and our role is a lot more proactive than it traditionally has been. We need to get out of our comfort zone and thinking about how we're going to work across disciplines with other professions, and how we're going to go meet people where they are, like the way the city is doing. And I would like for you to take a little bit of time also to share that. But just one quick example I want to share from Chicago. A wonderful journalist we supported there at WBEZ. She was doing a story about water debt, and it was an investigative piece about how the city of Chicago was running a racket that had trapped a lot of poor people in debt. And not surprisingly, those poor people were mostly Latino and Black people. So when she's asked support from the Pulitzer Center for her work, because even public media doesn't have enough money to do investigative work, she said, in addition to my traditional investigation, please give me support to print 18,000 cards in Spanish and English with a QR code. And I have the addresses of the top 18,000 households in Chicago that have water debt. I want to send a card to each household where they can access the story in their own language. Because guess what? Black and Latino people, they don't come to WBEZ. They don't feel represented, and they don't listen to the radio. So in our team, I remember one of the editors said, well, this is not something that we traditionally would have supported. And then like 5 other people said, well, this seems like exactly the kind of thing that we should be supporting. So we did support. We went ahead. Those cards went out in the community, and they were a huge success. They ended up sparking workshops where the journalists taught the community to read their water bill, where the journalists were able to bring in city officials, astonishingly, to give answers, and where ultimately there was a huge program of debt relief that was implemented by the city in response to the story.
Yeah, what I really love about that example, and it's very similar to a lot of work that we do at the city in the service journalism and community outreach space, is that it connects the idea of accountability and the idea of service, and that we don't think of accountability reporting and investigative reporting as something separate from service reporting and community engagement. And that actually what we found is build more trust in our investigative reporting when we do work that shows up to help people solve complicated problems. And it doesn't even feel like news. It just feels like a useful thing. And you have to get it in front of them in ways that are completely different from expecting a Google search query to land on your 3,000-word investigation.
And it also is an exercise of humility, right? Instead of blaming somebody else, or instead, it's just saying, what can we do to go where those audiences are? And by the way, the Black and the Latino communities, as we know, they are not monolithic. They are voting both parties. So what an amazing opportunity to reach people that otherwise we would not be reaching with our journalism.
So we've got 2 minutes left, and the iMEdD people run a tight ship. I can sort of feel their baleful glare bearing into me right now. So we need to wrap up, but I think there are a lot of threads in what we've discussed. And so to kind of take us out, can you reflect a little bit on what we need to do to build the infrastructure that supports journalism, independent journalism of this kind, in playing its civic role, and playing its institutional role in the face of pressures that are, yes, political, but also profoundly economic, and also social, in relation to questions of trust? What does a new or renewed global journalism ecosystem need? And you've got 1 minute and 15 seconds to answer that easy question.
Well, I will start with something that we journalists should double down on, and something that we should double down on is, first, our own self-reflections about where we have fallen short, and continuously do that. And second, doubling down on these forms of radical solidarity and collaboration in journalism. This is something that didn't exist before. This is what makes something like the Panama Papers possible, and like that, many other world-changing investigations that would not have happened had it not been for a change of mindset, where we started to look at one another as collaborators and not as competitors, because the stories that we're trying to report are too complex, are too global, and are too risky for any one journalist and any one journalism organization, even if you are the New York Times, to do alone. And by the way, the New York Times did not participate in the Panama Papers, and then they regretted it, and they participated in the Paradise Papers, and they ran a headline saying, we working with 400 new friends around the world. And the 400 new friends were the 400 journalists that joined forces, created the network to fight the network, not to fight as opposition, but to fight from the facts, from the fact-based, rigorous, comprehensive, and compelling reporting that can change the world. Journalism can change the world, and it doesn't need to draw from activism, and it doesn't need to draw from politics. It just needs to be deeply rooted in the journalistic values of independence, rigor, and accountability, which includes self-accountability. I want to stop there.
That is a very perfect place to stop. Thank you, Marina. It's been a privilege. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Welcome to the time slot of death. This is when the carbohydrates from lunch kick in and everybody's going to try to fall asleep. We're going to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm Michael Nelson. I work for the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington, D.C., but that's actually my 8th dream job. And you can read the bio on the website to find out what my other 7 dream jobs have been. I've had 35 years of working on internet policy as a technologist and a physicist, not as a lawyer. My other 3 panelists are people with much few years in the business, but much more impressive resumes. And I'm not going to read their resumes either because I want to get on to hearing what they have to say. We have the websites. You can learn more from that. We're here to talk about technological disruptions. So half of what we're going to talk about is completely unknown. We don't know what technologies will develop. We don't know how they're going to be used. And we certainly don't know all the second and third order implications, all the follow-on effects. Just as we didn't know that Craigslist was going to destroy half of the revenue from local newspapers by destroying the want ad business. But we're going to speculate. We're going to talk about some of the great things that could happen. I'm a technological optimist, so I'm going to ask some questions that make sure we look at the good side as well as some of the things we've already heard, some of the more scary implications. We're also going to make sure that this is a fast-moving, back-and-forth conversation. These are not 3 keynote speeches. This is going to be questions and answers, debate, and we're going to make time to hear questions from you. So I'm going to ask each of my panelists to give us a sense of who they are, why they're excited about the future, and talk a little bit about what they hope could happen. And I'm going to start by turning to Ethan Stephanopoulos. He's a serial entrepreneur. He's also now advising a bunch of startups on the intersection between media and artificial intelligence. So over to you.
Thank you, Michael. And obviously we're going a little out of order, but good afternoon. And as Michael said, hopefully we can keep you awake in kind of the post-lunch slumber. As Michael said, my name is Ethan Stephanopoulos. I'm a digital media executive who, for the vast majority of my career, I've really sat at the intersection of media and technology. And early on, I started a company that in many ways doesn't seem so profound now, but you go back into the early 2000s, we were introducing the delivery of video, and particularly short-form video, online, and particularly on social platforms like Facebook and Twitter, before you could just natively post a video. We subsequently brought that company and the technology of it together with a startup at the time that now many of you may have heard of called Now This. And so for about 10 years, I ran Now This News, which was one of the fastest growing digital news platforms in the world in terms of, we learned a lot about the algorithms because we took a very different model, and because we had no legacy business to protect, we went directly to where consumers and audiences were and still to a certain degree are, and that's on social platforms. And so instead of trying to drive them to traditional models of a linear television network or even a print newspaper, we were bringing news content in the form of video natively to these feeds. We ended up selling that, and then I subsequently went over to CNN, where until recently was the chief digital officer of CNN Worldwide, overseeing the full digital operation of the organization globally. And that meant any digital product and essentially everything you consumed or saw or see that is not the linear television news experience. So with that as a backdrop, I mean, for me, as we were talking a little bit about all this, it's hard to talk about where we're going without taking just a quick, reflection on where we've been and how we got here. And when we look at it through the news lens, I mean, I think this room needs no introduction that we now live in an environment where our political discourse is more divisive than it's ever been. We have, quite frankly, because of the algorithm. You've heard in many of the other panels earlier today, John Avalon, who was talking about algorithm regulation from a lens of the kind of political side. But the reality is these algorithms were created in many ways to focus on what we call the attention-based economy. We are in the business, particularly if you're trying to reach audiences who are consuming on their mobile devices, in the business of stopping your thumb from swiping up, from tapping and scrolling. And more often than not, it is the content, because of the way these algorithms have been created, is that the most extreme content is obviously the stuff that gets the furthest distribution. Meaning if you like it or you comment it or you share it, it invokes frustration or anger. The algorithm, in a very kind of platonic way, looks at it and says, that's good content. So we will push it further into people's feeds and more people will see it. And obviously there's a tremendous amount of good that comes from that. In some ways, again to the earlier conversations, it's democratized news and information. You don't have to, Jessica said it in her panel, gone are the days when it was only 3 white men on the 3 broadcast news channels that gave you the news of the day. Now anybody can essentially be their own content creator. But on the opposite side, we also face the double-edged sword. And these algorithms have ultimately created what many are aware of now, these information bubbles. They just simply reinforce our predisposed beliefs. And more often than not, that leads into moments of crisis because we get into our own little tribes. And it culminates in events as I think as tragic and as pronounced as what we saw on January 6th. And so we are now facing a media ecosystem and media environment, which I know we'll talk about in a little bit. You're not going to go through a conversation about technology and technology disruption, particularly today, without talking about AI. But before we can get to AI, the reality is we have to look at the lens of what's happened. And that is more and more people are consuming content on these social platforms, but it's also disrupted even the economic models of news organizations, because that's where audiences are. It's where they're spending time. And yet the economic and business side of the media industry is not there, meaning you're trying to make money off of somebody else's platform. And so big tech has benefited from this behavior of letting other publishers and other content creators put content on their platform that they are essentially monetizing more to their benefit than the publisher. And yet the core legacy business models are under threat, diminishing audiences, diminishing revenue. So you're at this crossroads. And that crossroads is coming at a moment in time where we're now also seeing, and where I would say we're at a new intersection, and that is the entrance of AI and what that will ultimately bring. But to me, before passing on to my fellow panelists, is it's understanding that big tech has, in many ways, in talking about the disruption that they've created in the moment that we're at, much of the challenges that's facing the media industry, and kind of to a more specific degree, the news industry, in terms of where people are finding their information and whether or not it's true or it's propagating misinformation as much as it is propagating correct information. But we have to look at that through the lens of now where are we going, because with AI, it's going to essentially be what we've seen historically, but on steroids. And we'll get to it, but you can look at it through a lens of more problems or where's the opportunities that rest within it.
Oh, thank you very much, and thanks for keeping it brief and yet deep. Next, I'm going to turn to Dhanaraj Thakur. He's with the Center for Democracy and Technology, and he's also in Washington, D.C. And just a little disclosure, I was on the advisory committee for CDT for more than 10 years. I think you're amazing, doing amazing work, and I've been benefiting from your work since the 1990s. So how does the world look? How did we get here? And who are you?
Great, thank you, Mike. He just now told me this, by the way. I didn't know that. This news about being on the advisory committee. But yes, so I'm Dhanaraj Thakur. Thanks again for the organizers for this invitation to participate in this panel. I am the research director at the Center for Democracy and Technology, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan advocacy group based in Washington, D.C. We also have an office in Brussels. So we primarily focus on tech policy in the U.S. at federal level and at the EU level. And by tech policy, I mean we focus on issues around the intersection of civil and human rights and technology. So that includes things like surveillance, privacy, content moderation, the implications of AI, which we're going to talk about more, and things like AI governance. So to follow on what Ethan said, I thought I might start by diving into the weeds a bit about disruption and maybe stepping back. So the thing I want to start with is to think about AI, and specifically generative AI and large language models. And if you think about the way social media companies and most platforms operate, not just now, but in their short history, the last 10 years or whatever, they often rely on various forms of automated content analysis because literally we have billions and billions of user generated content posts being uploaded every day. So given that scale, there has always been some form of automation involved. Now with generative AI and things like large language models, there are already attempts to incorporate these kinds of newer, more advanced AI tools into the content moderation process. I think many of us are familiar with ChatGPT and things like that, and the ability of those tools to analyze posts and content. What is something that we have been working on at CT and want to, I was trying to raise, particularly with various kinds of audiences, whether it's journalists, policymakers, and others, is the application of those LLMs to non-English languages, and specifically what's called low-resource languages. So in the world of large language models, different languages have different resource levels depending on how much data is available in that language. So languages like English are often considered very high resource because the vast majority of what's on the internet is in English, and that's for historical, colonial, and other contemporary reasons. But there are many other languages where there's very little data available, even if there are many speakers, and I mean many by millions of speakers today who are proficient or fluent in those languages. So the implication then is that we end up with certain kinds of problems, inaccuracies, potential bias, potential chilling effects, and limits on free expression when we have the application of these models that are applied to what's called low-resource languages. So a low-resource language can include, for example, language dialects of Arabic, Swahili, which is spoken across East Africa, Tamil, which is spoken like by 40 or 50 million people in India, and Quechua is spoken by millions of people in South America. These are languages spoken by many people, but the application of these LLMs to these languages on social media platforms can lead to several kinds of problems. And we are researching this right now. We're already coming across many of the challenges that users, speakers of those languages face. And so that's the one thing I want to highlight in terms of considering, the pros and cons of how these tools may be used. I think many of us use ChatGPT and it has captured the public's imagination in the sense of how magical it can be and how human-like it can appear. But think about these other cases. And then the second point, the more larger point I want to touch on here relates to how we think about these impacts, the use of these kinds of tools on democratic participation and representation specifically. And here I'm thinking about the problem of disinformation and how these same tools, LLMs, can be used to generate those forms of mis and disinformation, particularly targeted at different communities. So in the United States, there's been a history of voter suppression often targeted at communities of color. The use of these tools, particularly in terms of using mis and disinformation to further suppress votes, is similarly patterned in that way. There have been experiments to show that ChatGPT-3, so the previous version of ChatGPT-3, could be used to generate text aimed at certain communities, African Americans, Jewish Americans, and others, to suppress votes. But going further, one of the larger problems we have within at federal level and even so at a state level is a underrepresentation of certain communities like women of color. In our own study that was done 2 years ago, looking at mis and disinformation targeted at political candidates, women of color political candidates that were running for Congress were twice as likely to be subject to mis and disinformation compared to other candidates, and 4 times as likely to be subject to abuse. With the rise of deepfakes and coming back to Gen AI, there could be a continuation of that threat, which could be even exacerbated now. We don't have as many examples just yet, because we're in the midst of this process right now, but this is a cause for concern. So I just wanted to raise those 2 points, somewhat problematic, but we can talk later about how to address them.
And thanks for keeping it to 3 minutes. And now we turn to Ana Paula Velasco, coming to us from Argentina. And like many people her age, she's got 3 or 4 jobs at the same time. And she's going to give us...
it's all about the world of journalism as well. Okay, yeah, my name is Ana Paula. First of all, thank you for having me, and specifically bringing also the voice of Argentina, the Global South, and so many media organizations that are doing their best to bring more democracy to our societies that sometimes they are in danger. But yes, I'm basically coming here as the community manager of Journalism AI. Journalism AI is an initiative that was born 5 years ago at the London School of Economics in London, of course, with the support of the Google News Initiative, trying to understand what was going on with AI in journalism, how journalists were using AI. And at that point in 2019, we did the first research trying to understand, first of all, the needs they had, but the opportunities and fears that were appearing at that time. I am also the director of Project Oasis Global at Sembra Media, which is an organization that basically supports media entrepreneurs and independent journalists to develop sustainable business models, and with the big, as big as sustainable can be understood, of course. But I have a background, a very diverse background as well, because I worked at Google marketing, and so basically I was part of the other side, like selling ads. Then I said, no, let's do the good thing. And then I went to work at a fact-checking organization, Chequeado, which was pretty much the first one in Spanish working on AI, that developed the first tools in Spanish and in a language that was other than English to enhance their work. And what this path has taught me, and what I see now working from Journalism AI, that is a terrific platform for journalists around the world to come and discuss AI and to understand how it can empower their work, is that journalists are facing a lot of things, and AI right now can be a huge tool to help them overcome some challenges, as well as a way perhaps that they can also, as we say in Spanish, shoot their own foot. It's like sometimes if they are not applying it strategically. So that's something that we have seen in our research, and what we have done during the years, like for example, with our fellowship, the Academy for Small Newsrooms, and working like closely with newsrooms, is like how AI, if strategically and responsibly applied, can be a powerful enhancer or empower their work. Right now, journalism, that's something that I also, it's part of one of my main points. What I do now is that journalism is facing so many challenges. It's not only AI, it's the audiences that don't trust us. It's also AI that may replace us. It's also that the business of journalism is completely undermined by something that we have already done. Like how we went to ads as a way to finance our work. And then disinformation and misinformation that was clearly that pointed out that, right now we are also working to verify things that we haven't created, and sometimes even us being the ones spreading it with no purpose. But, well, in many ways, I think that this is a great moment for journalism to discuss these topics, to kind of get to a common conversation, and to bring ethics back in the table, and what we are working for. When we, for example, in the morning, it was discussed what is journalism at the end of the day, and what is a job that we do, and why we are doing this. Okay, well, with this, that we know that it's happening. It's not that something that we can just close our eyes and say, no, AI is not here. I will not work with it. It's not affecting my job. It is. Sadly or fortunately, however you look at it, it's part of the game. So basically, how are we going to deal with it? And there's a huge question on how, for example, what's going to be our ethical protocols or our ethical principles guiding us in this journey. Are we involving audiences in that process? Are we understanding what they want from us, what they need, what they believe that we can do or we can't? There's something that's going on there. I would like to discuss also with you. And also this big and huge question is about, okay, yes, a lot of times we are talking about what happens with AI in those big and beautiful media organizations that kind of inspire us all and bring what journalism can be. But what happens in the reality with the news organizations working in those countries that their situation is far from democratic? We've talked about Greece. I can bring the voice from Argentina that we've also we just went down from 40 from the 40th place to the 66 just in 1 year. So you can imagine the situation is being bad.
Not a good trend.
Yeah. So basically, how can we understand that AI or these technologies or these conversations are all being held from the north or from the very privileged spots, and perhaps saying, okay, yes, you can also apply that, and then you go and you turn around, and those news organizations are suffering from a lot of things, from government persecution, from the lack of infrastructure, from lack of tools, so because the technology is not prepared, or it doesn't work the same way in our languages than others. So this is a big panorama of a lot of things, but I'm happy to discuss them here with you.
Ethan, do you have a quick interjection?
Yeah, no, I just had a thought as a follow-up, because I think Ana Paula brings up a very important point, and that is trust in news organizations as a whole, and even in journalists, is at the lowest it's ever been. News consumption is at the lowest it's ever been. There's a real thing called news avoidance. And we have to ask ourselves, what's been driving that? And again, we're looking at the fact of the role that these social platforms have played in pushing out so much information, more often than not, misinformation. That is partially what creates that fear and that lack of trust in news and in news organizations. And that is even before AI has really entered kind of the doorstep of the industry. But there's one other really important point, is that, well, who controls the algorithms? Who developed them? It's big tech. And now who has control of AI and the future of AI? The data itself, the cost of compute, big tech. So the same parties are still at play here, in that the big tech firms, who in many ways were the perpetrators of where we're seeing the media and news environment today, are going to play a very intimate and important role as we think about the future of media, in terms of what this new technology is going to mean. And people look at it through a lens of fear, but now I think there's opportunity.
Let me pick up on your comment about news consumption and ask a very specific question. It's a two-part question. You can answer the first one in about 10 seconds, and then try to answer the second part in less than a minute. I'm a physicist. I like numbers. Let's imagine 5 years into the future. Put on your futurist hat. Tell me how the amount of time that the average person, maybe the average person in this audience, will spend looking for and consuming news. Will it go up because there's more rich content? Will it go down because the news is so hard to find and so untrustworthy? So I'm just going to go down the line. Dana Roche first, Ethan, Ana Paula, and then you get 1 minute to explain your answer.
Okay, I can take a shot at this, but I'm actually more interested in hearing what they have to say. But I could say it depends. But
Are you an economist?
I think the nature of the consumption of news is evolving, and so there's a lot around absorbing more video-based content, short content, things like that. And so if you're thinking of, when you say how do people consume news, how much time they spend on it, if it's like reading some headlines in a newspaper, I think much less. But if it's like news that's presented in different ways, maybe through video content or the stuff that I guess Ethan has been working on for a while, that might increase, but people might not view that as news the way we are thinking of news now. And that, so it's about like shifting definitions or perceptions of what is news. And I think people may actually spend a lot of time on that if the content, if it relates to them, and they might not even think of it as news, but it could be information coming from influencers or others who may, have partnerships with like news companies and others, and that might be the trend, I think.
Well, as somebody who worked on legislation, I should have known I should define my terms like news. Ethan, what's your answer? What's the number?
I'll follow the rules. I'll stay within 10 seconds. I think at least for the consumption, it'll be the same or less.
And why?
Because to me, time is a finite thing, and the reality is everybody allocates their time. I'll give you an example in terms of some data. Right now, at least in the US, 90% of all digital consumers who spend time online consume news at least once a month. But of that time that they spend, only 4% of it is dedicated to news. Meaning that you're competing for people's time and attention across a litany, as you pointed out, of other things. What do they define as news, information, entertainment, sports, all sorts of stuff. So I think it's less about will they do more or less, but rather how they get it. And hopefully in the future, they feel more trust because AI hopefully can actually help validate with more veracity that is trustworthy content or that's been verified, that does not contain misinformation, that's not synthetic media, that helps them probably consume a larger array but in a faster, more efficient process.
So Ana Paula, what's your number?
No, I think I agree with Ethan. I mean, right now, with the news avoidance, like the active news avoidance that people are trying to say, because basically they say news are terrible. I don't want to hear them. I just want to. The thing also that will change a lot, and that is changing, is how we consume news. Perhaps there's going to be a lot of more incidental consumption of news, because we may run across news in different platforms and different ways. For example, like now, but we will. And I see audiences, if this will be like, if this continues to be like it is today, I hope there is a new conversation and we improve our products and that kind of things. But if not, people will keep avoiding the news. I mean, last year's report of the Reuters Institute said that only one in five would go to the news website to search for news or to read the news. And I think, I mean, the next edition is going to be launched in a month. I think that it's going to be much less this year, and especially when all the news, I mean, going around the world, that the kind of news that goes around, they are like more terrible, sadder, and less optimistic in many ways. If we don't change the way we have that kind of conversations with our audiences, yes, it's going to be less.
Okay, so we're going to reconvene in 5 years and figure out what really happened. Let me finish with the last of my questions. I just asked you a two-part question. This time I'm going to ask you 3 questions and you get to pick one. So we're talking technology disruptions. I want to know how you would do the following. How would you fix the internet, or fix television, or improve radio? It doesn't have to be a technology. It could be a new business model. It could be a new business practice. But if you had your way, what innovation would you like to see in the next 2 or 3 years? And it could be a little innovation. It's CNN and Fox News innovated by putting another extra line of text across the screen. And that changed how people watched news. It actually kept them more engaged, because if they got bored with what they were hearing, they started reading the bottom. So what would you do to make the internet or television or radio, which all are doing damage to democracy in various ways, what would you do to make those media work better for the user and for society? Simple question, 45 seconds. Very
simple question. I mean, like, I think that anyone here could just propose themselves, right? Now,
and the audience can tweet their answer too.
Yeah.
So just put it out there.
You just have a couple of minutes more than I. So basically, I don't think that they are all bad to democracy. So just to start, I mean, like the thing is, yes, it's that in many ways, the business model, for example, of internet and the platforms and TV and radio has pushed us like, I mean, basically, I think that news industry has had little power or like possibilities to step up and say, hey, these are the kind of things that we need to do, or like even made some very bad decisions now that we can see it 10 years later. But if I think of innovation that has to do with the internet, it would be more like kind of thinking what ways we can democratize the business model, or how money and can be like distributed among actors and publishers. I mean, just in a way to create more space for accountability or for like different things, and to improve what's going on with over there with information. And but basically, all of this would be more audience oriented, like kind of making decisions with the audience, like prioritizing them audiences.
So this would be a little bit like Substack and Patreon and what Elon Musk is trying to do on Twitter so that people pay to follow people, or is it something even better than that?
But perhaps it can be, it doesn't have to be money. Perhaps it can be like a token, like or something like that. We can, I mean, at the moment of thinking, it's like, how can we improve the way in which we endorse products? I don't know. I'm just like thinking out loud. I mean, but yeah.
Make more people influencers. Or producers. Okay.
Yeah, more like kind of.
Ethan.
Everybody will be a producer when they have access to AI and, create high quality content that is as professional as any media company, news organization. But to your questions, I think to the two latter ones, I'll even answer them quickly. I personally don't think, and I probably take a very extreme view, even coming from an organization that has almost 40 years of a legacy linear product, I don't think there's any experience or product you can introduce to change the trajectory of where linear television or radio is going. Like, the reality is, earlier this morning we had a room full of young kids. They simply are growing up in a world where they don't go and watch television. They don't open up a newspaper, and you're not going to put that genie back in the bottle. So I think there's a new product that will ultimately evolve that we don't even know of yet, that will, again, kind of like TikTok was just a few years ago, something new that becomes a new medium with which people consume. But to your question about what can happen on the internet to change its future and so forth, to me, it comes to Section 230. And Section 230 is a U.S. code as part of the Communications Act. And the reality is this code has given immunity to big tech on not being considered a publisher on anything that's put onto these platforms. So if you put, extreme information up on Facebook or Twitter or any of the other platforms, that's just considered free speech. And so what I mean by that is that Congress has been debating, do we put regulation around? Do we, strip 230? Do we keep it? What happens? I think even just the mere conversation of talking about what Section 230 really means is going to force a lot of big tech to get to a place of self-regulation. And I'll use an example here. Is pre-internet, media companies, the film industry, the gaming industry, and even broadcast television did self-regulation before they had fear of government coming in and put regulation. And so they put self-imposed rating systems. So we had to tell audiences what the ratings of our films or of games. And I think that particularly with AI, big tech will be better served if they get to a place where they self-regulate the deployment and use of AI, how it can be used, and kind of set rules of the road that, again, hopefully restrict what we saw in the first kind of iteration of the web in kind of Web 2.0 in these past 10 years. And that is, hey, it's anybody's game. If you're a publisher, put whatever you want up there. As the platforms, we bear no responsibility.
Okay. How to improve the media?
So I was thinking of a reaction to what Ethan just said, but maybe
I was thinking that too, so we'll get there.
But maybe I'll go back to your question. So I think this was mentioned in a previous panel, which and I just mentioned around the business model. I think this is the crux of the problem right now, which is that we have a hyper-targeted business model where companies, social media, but not just social media, like all the apps on your phone collecting data about you. There's an entire industry of data brokers in the US and outside the US, in fact, that have detailed profiles of all of us. And these profiles are available for sale to anyone. For example, the government of China. So this argument about China going through TikTok is really redundant because they can already do this. That problem, this hyper-targeted problem, which leads to like the whole online ad business model, the data broker problem, can be addressed through having a federal privacy law in the US, which we do not have, which is why there's this free-for-all. And having a privacy law will then rein in what these big tech companies are doing with regard to targeted ads, and also some of the harms that you're mentioning, which come in, which you, I think you're linking to Section 230. So what we need then is that federal privacy law. It's been stuck. There are attempts in the past, and they've been undermined. And there's one that's kind of close now and imperfect, but still potentially good enough law. APRA, which is currently in Congress. That, I think, is one solution, not necessarily innovation in the sense that you're talking about, but given that we have no sense of rights to privacy right now in the US with regard to us, at least if we're not in states like California or elsewhere, we're kind of stuck. And so having that would go a long way.
So we got regulatory innovation, business model innovation, and a little bit of innovation around norms. I still hope we do get a little more technology innovation, but we have a hard time predicting what that could be. Now we're going to turn to a little bit of back and forth and a little bit of discussion among the panelists. I have to say, though, congratulations. My goal here on this panel was to be half as interesting as the 20 minutes we spent beforehand in the green room. We have overachieved. This is even more interesting. The rules now are you get to ask questions of each other or of me. One question, one topic. The more provocative, the better. I think I know what Dhanaraj is going to ask first.
Okay.
Because if you don't ask it, I'm going to ask it.
Well,
Both
sure.
looking at me.
Because of the Section 230. But maybe I'll leave that to you. And what I did want to ask was raise a point that's interesting, but I think both of you raised this issue around trust. And we have the ability now, and we'll have a lot more potential for many people to generate very believable, realistic-looking content for many different purposes. And so this issue of trust comes into play. One study that comes to mind, and this is still like early research, and I'm trying to understand people's ability to discern between generated AI content and not. And to do that, the industry is developing like what they call watermarks. So these kinds of labels that they'll put on content that's produced by a generative AI model. That study actually showed, I'm thinking this is a study done by University of Washington, it actually showed that it created more confusion because now if someone looks at this thing and they see a watermark, they say, okay, but if they don't see a watermark, they're not sure. And instead of solving the problem of trust, it's actually creating more confusion. So I guess my question is like, given that these technological innovations, are there other ways to get to this trust problem, particularly around generative AI content?
Look, I think it's a good question, and it's the challenge that everybody's going to face because, yes, you're introducing something new, like a watermark. I mean, you can use the example of like how Twitter created a blue check that, and it's a verified account versus not. There's going to be a period of adoption. And you can argue, does it add more problems? Maybe more problems in the short term, but does it help create over the long term a bit of more clarity to say, yeah, now I understand that mark means I'm looking at something that essentially contains synthetic media. In some way, this has been manipulated, and at the least, now I know that. It's going to be hard because who's going to own that? Where does the trust come from? Is the verification coming from Google? Like, who's the independent party that we ultimately all say, okay, if it has that mark and that digital watermark, I therefore know that is verified, factual information. That is going to be a big leap. for the consumer side, because right now we all are a victim to it. You can see something in your feed, and even if you don't know where it comes from, more often than not, you're like, oh, I read that, and then you tell somebody, did you know that? That is the disinformation that gets put into the system, and then we propagate as just individuals misinformation. And so I want to add one last comment as it relates to, I feel like we got to talk about the sliver of hope. And this is where I think, to your question, is I in some ways believe that AI can, and in some ways hopefully, be, as much as it will probably, be used by bad actors to try to manipulate and create more of that information. But because of AI's power and the compute capability, is that it's going to be able to really identify things faster and at scale to hopefully solve that very thing you just talked about. And is that digital watermark, that verification, that over time consumers start to say, I know what's real and what's not.
Ana Paula, what do the Argentines trust online, if anything?
I mean, because I just wanted to ask and to add a little bit of, to that, because something that happened precisely with Twitter is that the blue mark then became just the same mark that premium users will have. I mean, those that pay. So that thing that was kind of taught to our audience, to the audience, and say, okay, if you see a blue mark, then it's verified. Now it's not, and it's just because those marks or those blue stamps or whatever, they are controlled by actors that are not held accountable. I mean, like, they don't. Now we have the people that are building generative AI and that are working towards general artificial intelligence and everything, saying that they don't need to be controlled. I mean, they will do the sacrifice to go beyond what they thought that they could do. So, well, going back, yeah, I think that in that sense, how can we still create kind of decentralized, perhaps, or like kind of more like the dream of blockchain, like how could we create something that is more like endorsed and backed by the community instead of certain specific actors?
I'm just going to build one up, because Ana Paula made a very important point using Twitter as that example. People trusted that. It takes a lot of work to build trust. It takes very little to lose it. And Elon Musk comes in and says, I'm going to take it off, and now you got to pay me to get that blue mark. And guess what? I can go act like I'm anybody now. So the same thing for AI. Who's that verified party that everybody says collectively that I trust that?
Never has one man destroyed so much trust of so many people in so many different ways. I have a question for the audience. We had an impassioned plea to fix Section 230. How many people in the audience have read Jeff Koseff's book, The 26 Words That Made the Internet? If you care about this issue, it is the essential reading. It's not an unbiased take, but it is an incredibly important book about a very hot topic. I'm a little biased. I helped write that language when we reformed the Telecom Act when I was in the White House. It's also much more nuanced than the debate we're hearing on the Hill. I do hope that we solve some of the problems with it, which are not with the 26 words. It's with a bunch of judges who took the words, which say very clearly, we will not hold the platforms responsible for the billions of words that millions of users write every day. And they interpreted that to mean the platforms can do whatever they want. And that's the problem, is they went from words to actions. And so websites were actually doing fraudulent, discriminatory, illegal things and using Section 230 to get out of that. I mean, Section 230 really is just a streamlined version of the First Amendment. But it's broken in that it's being interpreted the wrong way. Sorry to intervene, but this is in the top 3 of the issues I care passionately about. I promised questions from the audience. We have 6 minutes. Actually, we have 5 minutes and 52 seconds. I hope someone has good questions, and I hope they can keep them brief and have a question mark at the end of their comment. We have a microphone to go around. Where do I? Where I'm okay.
Thank you.
In the back. Are you a technologist, by the way?
Not a technologist, no.
Okay.
My question is, what have we learned from the past 20 years of digital policy and media? And do you think that that's going to help us with the next 20 years? Like, have we learned the lessons of our mistakes, given all of the challenges that lie ahead of us?
Is that a yes/no question? No. Okay.
I mean, sorry,
Why don't you start first? Okay.
Quickly for me, I mean, what I hope, particularly big tech, has learned is that in many ways they benefited in the past 20 years. But if we take the moment we're at right now with AI and what drives the value of AI, it's data, it's good data, it's quality. I mean, in many ways, all these LLMs and all the tech companies that are building these large language models are using the factual based information from a whole host of news organizations and media. And so what I hope they learn is that there is a symbiotic relationship between high quality content and the future of high quality LLMs, because LLMs need to continually be trained. And so if in many ways the media ecosystem fully collapses just in the pure economics of it, I think they ultimately hurt themselves. Right, it's the tragedy of the commons that they're so selfish in the short term that they're going to end up destroying the environment that built their success in the long term. So that's my hope for big tech.
Ana Paula?
Yeah, I think that it has to go in that way. I mean, like how. I mean, I'm not an expert in internet policy, but I've lived through it because basically I'm one of that generation that basically was born with the internet a little bit. I'm not saying I'm younger, but yeah. But basically, yes, there is this need to find ways in which these platforms can be held accountable. I mean, and the previous like two panels before, when they started to discuss, I mean, how the lack of regulations have in many ways helped them to become super powerful and super influential in what's going on around the world. I mean, there is a conversation that has to be. I mean, it has to take place, and somehow. And I think that these past 20 years have taught us that sometimes the ones that are making those decisions are perhaps not making the greatest decisions of all, and in which ways those decisions can be questioned.
Dhanaraj?
I think one of the things we have learned is that we have yet to get real insight into how these major big tech companies work and what kinds of impact their services have on users like us. So, for example, when Instagram says they're going to change some feature on their platform to mitigate this problem of like negative mental health impacts on young people, and they add certain features, and they say their studies show that it can have a beneficial impact. We, as independent researchers, and here I'm talking as a researcher, we have no way of verifying that because we do not have access as researchers to data within those companies. There's the same thing like when WhatsApp says we'll add this check mark to show this particular content has been forwarded too many times, and so that might help people stop forwarding. But we as independent researchers, again, have no way to really understand those impacts. Generally, researchers outside of industry, outside of these companies, do not have access to data within the companies to understand and explore and come up with ideas and solutions. This lack of researchers that access to data is a big problem. It's the same problem that's going to happen now with these generative AI companies, because we can speculate about impacts and use cases, but we actually don't know how people use these. I don't know what kinds of prompts people are entering into ChatGPT and what are the trends. That's something we learned with social media, and it remains a problem with these generative AI companies. And there are legislative solutions to try and address this, but they haven't gone as far as we'd like.
We have 1 minute left, and I will provide some wrap-up comments in answer to your question. I mentioned I've been working in this area for 35 years. The big difference over the time I've been involved is that in 1988, there were 5 senators out of 100 who even cared about these issues, but they all studied them deeply. Now we have at least 90 out of 100 senators who want to be involved because they learned the wrong thing. They learned that data and technology equals power and money, and they want some. So we see a lot of rent seeking, we see a lot of policy pursued for political reasons, not because it actually helps citizens. I'm being incredibly cynical here, but I'm providing you with the wisdom of 35 years. It's even worse in Brussels right now. They promise you great things and they provide the wrong solution. So the most important thing we learned is that the more options, the more things that users have to do with this technology, the more choices we have, the better off for society. Tune in tomorrow. We've got some very good keynotes that also try to paint a picture of where we can be. And thanks for a great question. I wish we'd had time for more. And thank you for an amazingly useful and very concise series of answers.
Hi everyone, welcome back. We're about to start, so please take your seats. Thank you.
Hello. How are we doing today? Good. I'm really excited to get a few minutes to speak with you today. My name is Joe Trainer, and I'm the interim dean at the Biden School of Public Policy Administration, where we are the proud home of the SNF Ithaca Initiative, bringing the summit to you today in partnership with iMEdD and, of course, with the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. In just a few minutes here, we're going to be joined by CNN presidential historian Dr. Douglas Brinkley and the Biden School's SNF Ithaca director, Tim Schaefer. And they're going to focus our attention a little bit today. They're going to focus us on how presidencies have both shaped and been shaped by the media. Before we bring them out, though, I'm happy to be able to just take a few minutes to in between sessions to talk to you. And quite frankly, I'm really humbled to be here, to be able to speak among this amazing group of folks, this amazing group of accomplished individuals that we've heard from today. The Media and Democracy Summit has been amazing. It feels like a great honor for us at UD and at the Biden School to be participating and to be part of this initiative. It feels like I'm attending a master class. I've learned so much in the last couple of days, so much in the last couple of sessions, so many ideas, and I've enjoyed these conversations more than I can express. I really want to thank all the speakers who've decided to spend their time and share their talent with us. We're lucky to have so many accomplished folks, so much great and deep insight. Even more, I'm especially grateful for the challenge that our panelists have expressed to us in the last couple of days to think differently about our role as citizens and to think differently about our role as leaders in institutions. As the interim dean here at the Biden School, I've been thinking a lot of these last couple of months about what our school's responsibilities and obligations are to our local communities, to the state of Delaware, to the nation, and even the world, especially given that we are a named Presidential School of Public Policy and Administration. That naming carries with it a pretty weighty responsibility, one we share with other schools also named for presidents, like the Kennedy School, the Ford School, the Bush School, the LBJ School, the Clinton School, those that are working to extend the legacies of presidents, and more importantly, the office of the presidency itself. The promises that are made by presidents are extended through us. So every president, as they take the oath of office, they promise to preserve, protect, and defend our Constitution. And by extension, they also are promising to protect our democracy. And that's a weighty commitment. That's one that's been shared by generations, and it's been shared across administrations. At the Biden School, we really embrace this role. We wholeheartedly believe that it's part of our mission to prepare that next generation of leaders. Among many things that we were working on, this event fits into some of the key activities that we're doing to advance that responsibility. Through our educational mission, events like this summit, we're building on a 60-year legacy of helping students take responsibility for the information that they consume by providing them with critical thinking skills. We need to expect more of ourselves in the times that we are facing now. As we face changes in technology, as we face new ways that information come to us, I think it's important to recognize that critical thinking skills are more important than they ever were. And that those critical thinking skills are especially valued or uniquely valued in democratic institutions when they're functioning at their best. The second thing I think we do with our students is that we remind them that our governmental institutions, our governmental systems are something that we made. There's something that we've created. There's something that we continue to create every day through either action or inaction. And while there are real power dynamics and complications, and we have the power as people within democracies to shape and change those systems in ways that we think are important, in ways that we think reflect the values that we hold. Third, we ask our students to bravely engage across differences, and that includes entrenched, deep divides. We're teaching students that civil discourse is civic responsibility. We remind them that there is more that unites us than divides us. And we reinforce the value of empathy, the idea that putting yourself in someone else's position is really important. And the last thing we ask people to engage, to step up in their communities. We genuinely believe something that I think has been repeated over and over many times in our meeting today, and that's that democracy is something that has to be done. Sometimes we say the opposite of good is not always evil. The opposite of good is sometimes apathy. The lack of action. If we're going to have the world that we want, the world we deserve, the world that we are striving for, we need people to stand up and act. Because of the shared mission to protect democracy through action, through engagement, through discourse, through critical understanding of media systems, we've really come into partnership, and we have this amazing shared mission with the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, who's partnered with us on the SNF Ithaca Initiative and has really helped to make events like this one possible. Thanks to SNF President Andreas Dracopoulos for your vision, for your commitment, and for your shared values with us. Also, thank you to Anna and the entire team at iMEdD, who's been our amazing partners in putting this together, in creating so much content and creating such a stimulating set of talks, conversations, thought experiments. It's really enhanced the experience here, and I just can't tell you how grateful we are for that partnership. What we're doing here today, folks, is noble work. I know that we always think of it that way, but it is. It's engaging some of the most challenging issues in our time, and it is noble to step up and engage those issues. Finally, I want to thank everyone here in the audience and the folks that are here virtually online for the work that you will do from this moment on. Because this is a conversation, this is a dialogue, this is a set of discussions, but the true measure of the value of what we've done today is not that. It's the next steps. It's the way that each and every one of you will step up, hopefully, in your own specific way. And with that, I think I've said enough. You're not really here to listen to me, but it is my absolute honor to introduce someone who has rapidly become a friend and a mentor, the absolutely dynamic, intelligent, and inspiring leader, our very own Biden Institute Chair, Valerie Biden-Owens.
Well, we have a serious topic, which is media and democracy, but I'm going to try to make it okay, can you see me this way, or is it better this way? Better, want me to be tall? Okay, because I'm mighty powerful, I can get up here. So, hi, everybody. Thank you for being here for this important, okay, discussion exploring media and the presidency, which I happen to have a very keen interest in. But I'm going to be quiet and just introduce the two principles. We can talk later about it. We have the perfect guide today for media and democracy, and that is Dr. Douglas Brinkley. And he's not only a distinguished presidential historian, but he is also a master storyteller. And his books, when you read them, they tell about the history, but they also tell about the person, the president who is making that history. I'm on one of his books now, on Franklin Roosevelt, and which is really strange. It's my bedside reading, Franklin Roosevelt and Brinkley, go figure, but It's what I do. And the book cover has Franklin Roosevelt touching the bark of a tree. And every time I think of Franklin Roosevelt, I think of him in the Depression, you know, and what he did for America, bringing us out of the Depression, what he did in the World War II, and how he led our country. I never think of him as a tree hugger. And it is amazing. That's a whole different aspect. He was a conservationist, which I found extremely interesting. Anyway, his books are about a lot more than just that history at that moment. He has 6 books in the New York Times Notable Books of the Year, and 7 of his books are the New York Times bestseller. He serves as the chair of Catherine Sandoff Brown Chair in Humanities and professor at Rice University. And beyond his achievements of what he does, what truly stands out is that, again, he makes his audience, the kids that he teaches, and you'll see today his audience, allows you to feel a personal connection with these presidents, that they're just not figureheads. His work is about the past, but it is deeply resonant today with our contemporary issues because, you know, we are living in a world where the media is trying to remake the president, and at the same time, the president's trying to change the media landscape. So it's a topic of immense importance, and I'm glad he's here to enlighten us and to help us figure out how do we navigate this, because we are in difficult times. I'm preaching to the choir. So I'm going to ask Dr. Douglas Brinkley to come out, and our own Dr. Tim Schaefer, who you've seen, will be doing the interviewing, because I can't, because I am very one-sided in my opinions. All right, so gentlemen, where the hell are you? Roll call, there they are.
Hi, guys. Well, this is not the thing I ever expect to do, but here we are. Thank you so much for all coming this afternoon for this conversation. And for those of you who have been here throughout the summit, I think in some ways we'll probably touch on some of the themes that have been mentioned earlier, but we're really going to talk in a fairly focused way about the media and the presidency. So I just want to say thank you to you for joining us here at this really pivotal moment, as Valerie was just noting, in kind of the state of democracy here in the United States. She, you know, read some of the accolades, and in so many ways, you've been such a force thinking about the presidency particularly. So I want to ask you the first question: why in the heck do you care about the presidency so much? Why have you spent as much of your time, your scholarship, focusing on this one position in particular?
I want to first just say thank you to Valerie. I mean, we're going to, as a historical community, pick her as the best first sister ever, because she's remarkable, and I love what the Biden School's doing, and in the University of Delaware is tremendous. I grew up in Ohio, and we claim to be the mother of presidents. That was the slogan I was taught. We had 8 presidents from Ohio. I grew up in a town called Perrysburg. Just down a country road was, Rutherford B. Hayes's home. My parents would take me to the birthplace of Ulysses S. Grant, or, visit Warren Harding's tomb, things like this. But it was fun. And in school, I did papers about those Ohio presidents. And I still take a kind of pride in my Buckeye State. I went to the Ohio State University undergraduate, that we had produced that many. So I got very interested in it. But in a professional career, after I did my doctorate at Georgetown, I recognized that we're a very diverse country. I mean, the novelist Thomas Wolfe used to talk about 1 billion forms of America. And you can write about a lot of cultures and subcultures, but we really think about presidents by their era. We'll talk about the Kennedy years or the Johnson years or, the Reagan years, because they're a unifier. So it's a way to communicate when you talk about the presidency to American people with a lot of shorthand, which doesn't often happen if you're going to write about a Supreme Court justice necessarily, or a senator or a governor.
So just a shout out to Ohioans here on the stage, right? And I too have always appreciated that sense of place and how it's shaped these monumental figures in a lot of ways. So let's kind of think then about the last 100+ or so years. What's been the relationship between the presidency and the media? How have you seen it evolve over time, right? You have focused on some of those key figures, but in that kind of long arc of history, how has that relationship either been established and how has it changed?
Everything of our modernity really began with Theodore Roosevelt. He was president in 1901 to 1909. And when TR was president, America changed. It was the beginning of the American century, but also his ability to work the press. No president I've studied is better than Theodore Roosevelt at it. Why? What did he do? First off, Theodore Roosevelt being many things in his 60 years, but he was a writer and he wrote 35 books. As he did, there are 150,000 letters of TR. Historians read other people's mail for a living. And when you weigh in on Theodore Roosevelt, which I've done and written about him, and I'm on a board of the library with TR, it's remarkable the power of being a fellow writer. So he would read every day anything and everything he could, but then he would track down the writer, not usually to criticize the writer, but to tell them how great they are. He was full of flattery to journalists. Oh, what a great story you did on that. What a bully story on the front page of the paper. Your book is remarkable. And it inflated the egos of writers, and he would co-opt some that way. He became the closest friends to the cartoonist of his day. We have Jordan Klepper coming here and the great comedians of our time, but he would do that they would travel with him, be with him at top White House dinners, like President Biden recently was, with the president of Kenya. At a dinner like that, there would be cartoonists sprinkled in, because before really radio or TV, the cartoonist could deliver a wallop, and TR used those cartoonists to be a punch at his political opponents. But, he listened and read. So when he read, I'm just picking one of many, but when he read Upton Sinclair's book, The Jungle, about the stockyards of Chicago, how horrible the meatpacking industry was, the lack of sanitary conditions and all, Theodore Roosevelt read the book. And Upton Sinclair was not of the political persuasion of TR. He was a socialist writer, not somebody that would be a normal ally of Roosevelt, but he said, I love that book, and he embraced it. You see, John F. Kennedy did that with Rachel Carson when she wrote Silent Spring in 1962, expanding conservation to telling all of us that your kids can be sick. Environment's a public health issue. If you're getting sick swimming in a lake, you're getting sick, by playing in a playground, you're getting, toxins in your life. And it's more than saving national parks, conservation, or creating state parks. It's public health. And Kennedy got behind that. So there are these key moments when a book or an expose comes out that presidents can grab onto. And Kennedy did that with Guns of August to Barbara Tuchman during foreign policy. So it's about collaboration and getting a great relationship. TR is number one at that, in my view, even though we can talk about others that were awful good at it.
Well, let's do that. Who else was awful good at it?
Who wasn't good was Woodrow Wilson in the end. Even though he was also a writer, he didn't enjoy the the words. He was much more had a legalistic political mind, Wilson. But, you know, who was just utterly remarkable also was FDR. And Roosevelt's style, little like TR. I mean, look, anytime you want to ever know about Theodore and FDR, I mean, FDR is only a fifth cousin, so it's kind of distance. But Theodore Roosevelt, you know, grew up in New York, FDR grew up in New York. Theodore Roosevelt went to Harvard, FDR goes to Harvard. Theodore Roosevelt was, governor of New York, FDR governor of New York. Theodore Roosevelt was a state legislator in New York, FDR was state legislator. Theodore Roosevelt was assistant secretary of the Navy, FDR's assistant secretary of the Navy. Theodore Roosevelt liked big forest conservation, FDR promoted that with the CCC and beyond. Theodore Roosevelt loved big Navy, naval historian, FDR, big Navy. Theodore Roosevelt had a niece, Eleanor Roosevelt, and FDR married her. They're synonymous in their styles. It's a story about the Bull Moose Party of 1912, the most successful third party, and the connection between that. We get confused with the D and the R. They both loved the U.S. federal government. They both had a reformer instinct. But Roosevelt's great trick, and the biggest thing, I've never liked that people, there's a great book, but it's called FDR, that, he had a first-class temperament, meaning there was a rap on FDR that he wasn't an intellectual. He wasn't, Eleanor Roosevelt said, well, that might be true, but my husband has a map mind. FDR was one of the greatest postage stamps collectors of his day. Heavy. And he would have a globe, and you could spin a globe and point to anything, and he could tell you about the rivers, the lakes, the topography. He was a map, cardiology was his love and passion. So he really was an intellectual about global affairs, and hence he could bring all the press in, spin the globe, and tell a reporter, pick your place. You want to talk about the Philippines, and off he'd go about things about the Philippines, or off he'd go about Italy. And it was an impressive show. It was unscripted. It played onto his strong suit. And also FDR had the advantage of when the stock market collapsed, you started getting, most reporters were hurt economically. Reporters don't make a lot of money. You don't go to be a journalist to get rich, by and large. But he did things like the Federal Writers Project and took unemployed journalists, and suddenly they're getting payday in Chicago or San Francisco or rural Nebraska to write, document our country. So again, it was befriending the literary and journalistic community, and it's why both Roosevelts score high on when you're looking at press relations.
Well, let's talk about FDR for just a moment, because one of the kind of classic images of him are the kind of the fireside chats, this kind of, stepping into people's homes in this very intimate way, utilizing, as the last panel was just talking about, like the emergence of new technologies. At that time, radio was a relatively new technology, right, that was finding its way into more and more homes, particularly in rural places. Can you speak to, like, the FDR's kind of unique moment, kind of this fixture in the American mind because of this proximity at a time when, in fact, that office was really quite distant from people's lives?
When I told you guys the connection FDR and TR, remember in 1920, a year women got the right to vote and suffrage. Many women, there wasn't a wave, but women's vote mattered. But many women were attracted to the VP on the ticket, young FDR. But they lost the Democrats in 1920 to Warren Harding. And in 21, after a loss, he just lost on the ticket, he thought, what would Theodore do? And Theodore was big with the Boy Scouts of America. And so he spent 1921, FDR, organizing this massive Boy Scout jamboree in Bear Mountain State Park on the Hudson. And he found the money for it. And it was a free, time spent for underserved communities in the Bronx and Queens, New Jersey, even Delaware had some people there, young Boy Scouts. And they went there, and he played horseshoes with the Boy Scouts, FDR. He had marshmallow roast, threw a softball, all that, and went swimming. And when he went swimming, he contracted the polio virus because the water was dirty and contaminated there. And it's a virus that doesn't manifest itself for a couple days. When he finally found out, he woke up with a migraine, sweating, couldn't move the lower half of his body. Eleanor Roosevelt got him medical attention. Nobody, none of you would want to be anywhere near FDR in 1922 because you were afraid you would catch the virus. So he's sitting at the Hudson alone. He knows nothing to do with his life, FDR, and he creates in Warm Springs, Georgia, a resort for fellow polios, as he called them, written out of this politics. Nobody thought about him until Al Smith in New York invited him to Madison Square Gardens, and he trained, not for the projection of voice, which was remarkable with him, but how just to walk and move his hips, leaning on one son, just to grab the podium. And he didn't want to seem incapacitated. And they got him there to the podium. And he gave this speech, and that people went wild. And New York Times and others, Franklin D. Roosevelt stole the show. And from that speech onwards, he started communicating. And the Republicans of the 20s didn't use radio effectively. FDR being in a New York market, even though upstate, so Hyde Park's not the city, he became the voice of radio. He ran for governor in 1928 and he ran in 1930. He's starting now in the golden age of radio, and his voice became synonymous. And for here when you cut to March of 1933, that's when our inaugurals were held in March. And you heard that we have nothing to fear but fear itself, coming out of somebody that couldn't even make the podium or walk. And in those days, the press wouldn't photograph him. We have just a couple of some sneak camera shots of him with the leg braces and all. It was considered gauche for a reporter to photograph him in a awkward position. And now look at our society. All people do is look to get a bad shot of a president. And Roosevelt, as you rightfully said, beamed into homes, that first generation of radio listeners. Now, anywhere in the country, he can go and talk to them. And he made those fireside chats an American tradition, and his voice becomes the voice of the democracy in World War II. If you listen to his speeches, he would put God into a lot of his radio drive. I mean, God bless America, or in God we trust. And he kind of unified the country as much as he could through his sort of radio sermons and civic instruction.
So moving beyond that time to our more recent past, but not up to our present day, how has that changed? Who else has been kind of these instrumental figures in shaping and defining that relationship, right? In some way, I'll let you say.
It's a good question. I mean, in many ways, when you follow somebody like Roosevelt with the voice, Harry Truman wasn't that. But Truman was one of our great presidents. I mean, look what Truman does from 1945. FDR dies April 12th, 45. Look how incredible Truman was. But the media didn't give him a press, didn't give him the break. He started getting off in a wrong foot with them. He went ballistic that his daughter's piano recital was mocked at the journalist. And, now the big press line was to air is Truman. Now we go back and look at what his presidency was, and we're living in his security state. I mean, he created the Secretary of Defense, the Department of Defense, the National Security Council, the CIA. He created today's U.S. Air Force, Secretary of Air Force. He integrated the armed forces. He is the leader of NATO, which matters so much to us today. He supported Israel in its great time of need and during its creation. He, did the Truman Doctrine and the Marshall Plan, and you can go on and on and on. So he's an example of a president, unlike the Roosevelts that the media swooned over, The media didn't care for Truman, yet Truman is one of our, usually ranked as our number 5th most significant president. Eisenhower had the advantage of being Ike, of being his book Crusade of Europe was like sold like the Bible when it came out. And while Eisenhower wasn't great at speeches, he carried with him a kind of superhero persona, the way an astronaut would. You're in the room with Neil Armstrong, and oh my God, there's Dwight D. Eisenhower. And he didn't engage with the press a lot, but he didn't get in wars with them. Eisenhower had a view, so what, they think I'm not so smart, I'm that smart. I've had a heart attack, they think I'm reading Western pulp novels, and I'm golfing. And it led to a period where people thought that Eisenhower was not a hands-on president. And then lo and behold, the archive opens up, and we see his handwriting on everything, on every policy, and the impact of Eisenhower being very great. So Truman got beat up by the press, and Ike was an example of kind of floating like a Macy's parade float, over the crowd, over the press gallery a little bit. And he's now also has a great upward trajectory in history. Kennedy's game-changing with television.
Well, so actually, at the SNF Dialogues, with Anna Kentia Pustuku last evening, we were talking a little bit about the history of political campaigns, and I actually made a reference to Kennedy and Nixon and the role of television. Can you speak to that? How you see that playing into this theme of media and the presidency and its power?
Well, main thing to keep in mind, because we have a presidential debate coming up in June. This is not part of our American history presidential debates. There were no presidential debates before 1960. People get mistaken because of Lincoln Douglas in Illinois. So there are no presidential debates in U.S. history until 1960. And Nixon, the vice president, for whatever reasons, and we don't have time to get into why, but he agreed to debate Kennedy. 4 debates, televised. And it's almost now an old saw, but the consensus has been that people that watched on television thought Kennedy won, and people that heard on radio thought Nixon won. Now, performed better. The truth of the matter was Kennedy was keenly aware of the power of TV. And I wrote a biography of Walter Cronkite, and in 1952 was our first televised conventions. It was like 2 cameras just honed on the stage. You saw smoke. It was not like today. And Walter Cronkite, TV was such a crippled new kind of industry. He was furious that he didn't get to go to Korea for radio with Edward R. Murrow Cronkite. Anybody good was still in radio in 52. But they honed in on that, and to make extra money, Cronkite did how to put makeup on and not look weird on camera. He made extra money. Sam Rayburn took his class, John F. Kennedy took his class. Nixon did not. Nixon said he despised the new medium of TV, and he underestimated the power of it. And so Kennedy was able to score punches. And in fact, one of his best hits on Nixon was Nixon at one point was talking about his kitchen debate with Nikita Khrushchev, Soviet premier. And he goes, and Nixon is saying, and I told Khrushchev that, we have stoves and, and refrigerators, and that capitalism's better than communism, and that we're going to have color TV soon. And Kennedy looked at him and said, you know what? I will take my television in black and white, but I want to be number 1 in rocket thrust. And if you are president, I see a Soviet flag on the moon. And if I'm president, I see an American flag on the moon. Kind of the beginning of that whole moonshot thing, which President Joe Biden has done such a great job on, the cancer moonshot and bringing awareness, but that term moonshot's being applied many different places.
So let's just stay on Nixon.
And the press conference with Nixon. I mean, he invented the press conference with that, charm offense he had and that self-deprecating humor. And he had a perfect foil friend in Helen Thomas who was making zingers at him. And so it came kind of must-watch TV. He really invented the modern televised press conference, Kennedy.
So you just mentioned Nixon, and you have a book about Nixon and some other actors, which is, I think, an interesting way that you often frame these individuals, that they're, these really kind of formative individuals, but it's not only them, right? They're kind of couched within these contexts. So Nixon, and just to talk about both left and right here in some ways, is a fascinating character in some regards because he bucks some of our, aside from everything we were just talking about, he bucks some of these trends of how we would now think about our kind of polarized dynamics of these individuals. Nixon plays a huge role in the kind of the efforts around environmental preservation, right? The EPA and the like. Is it possible for someone today, or can you contextualize Nixon in that moment? Because in so many ways we would couch him, he's a Republican, but he's doing these things that we would now see as very left-leaning and the like. Could you just make some sense of that historically, and is any of that even possible today as we think about issues?
Remember, Nixon's not Lyndon Johnson. Johnson had like 67 senators. He could get anything passed. Nixon's dealing with Democrats in Congress, Senate. And so he's got to be a triangulator, a compromiser. It's probably the first thing in presidential studies. Here's the president. What's the makeup of Congress and the Senate? And how will that play out? But Nixon loved to defy expectations. That's why in '72 he went to China, the most anti-communist voice, almost an appendage of Joe McCarthy in the 50s, is suddenly now the guy to go meet Zhou Enlai and Mao Zedong on his historic trip. And he did that with the environment. In China, he manipulated the press that if you're mean to me, or if you were on his hate list, enemies list, you wouldn't get invited to go on the China trip. And he controlled it that way. And so a lot of these reporters were begging to get on. But with the environment, really he was watching, guys, the big thing in media and democracy, or what affects our time. I know this sounds so insignificant, but in 1963, CBS News and then NBC, ABC started doing, it used to be 15-minute televised news. You're reading headlines. CBS goes 30 minutes. Now with commercials, that's 22, but it allowed back-end stories to keep following the way CNN or MS does today. You just follow it, meaning CBS started, we'll do space, we'll do Vietnam, we'll do Martin Luther King, and we'll follow that thread night after night. So towards the end of, say, a Cronkite broadcast, it'd be, Martin Luther King today was in Selma, Alabama, and today he said this, or he was in Chattanooga, and the public would follow. And there was a great backlash from the segregationist right, and that's Democrat and Republican, but segregation South went nuts on CBS. They called it the color broadcasting system. That's none of the southern states would feed CBS's footage. They had to race it to a Catholic school in New Orleans to get a feed of it. And then, by 65, there's that incredible moment when Lyndon Johnson thought that the way to befriend the press is Lady Bird had a CBS affiliate in Austin. So she was in that business. And the president, Dr. Frank Stanton of CBS, was like this with Lyndon. If you had to pick Lyndon Johnson's closest friends, Frank Stanton would be on the top 5 list. And so Lyndon was startled when he saw Morley Safer, Canadian broadcaster from CBS, showing on the nightly news in 65 that there is American Marines or Army, but we're burning huts and we're terrorizing people in Vietnam. That never would have run in World War II. No, on radio. This is the first time in media showing the U.S. Armed Forces as bad people. And it's a long story how CBS ran it, but they ran Morley Safer's piece on the nightly news. And that night in the wee hours, Dr. Frank Stanton's phone rang, and it was Lyndon. And he goes, Frank, you know who this is? And he said, well, Mr. President. Yes, do you know it's a terrible day today? Do you know what happened, Frank? And he's like, no, Mr. President, what? He said, your network shit on the American flag in front of millions of people. And Frank said, well, oh, you mean that story? And he said, yeah, and you're a communist reporter. And he said, no, Mr. President, that first off, Morley Safer's from Canada. He's a really smart guy that we have there. He said, Canada, I knew there was something wrong with that boy for doing this to our country. And he got an earful at CBS. And Johnson was unclear. That wasn't the way press was supposed to cover things. Bob Dylan had a song out at that time from Highway 61 Revisited album, where it's the ballad of a thin man, and Dylan, with that voice of his, goes, something is happening and you don't know what it is, do you, Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones in the 60s was the establishment, which, whether you were Democrat or Republican, that was the counterculture, the hippies, Students for Democratic Society. Things were unglued, and Johnson's response to CBS was, what is this? What's happening to our country? That the media is making our soldiers look bad, and we're at war because we were all in it together in World War II, and FDR didn't have that kind of worry as president. So Nixon stumbles out all of that, and he understands the power of it. And the big thing for environment was Nixon noticed Time magazine in '69 put Cuyahoga River on fire, and at the same time Neil Armstrong. And then Nixon knew that Gaylord Nelson, a senator from Wisconsin, was going to hold an Earth Day. And Nixon did not trust the environmentalists, but he really despised a man who kept enemies list. Probably number one on his list was Ed Muskie of Maine, because Nixon thought Muskie was going to run against him in '72, and Muskie was marketing himself as Mr. Clean. Clean government, clean rivers, clean lakes. Nixon loathed it. But all the Democratic senators were attacking Nixon's Vietnam War. McGovern, Eugene McCarthy, Hubert Humphreys, Frank Church, Birch Bayh, just endless. Fulbright. And Scoop Jackson of Washington State was coming from the senator of Boeing of Washington State, was two things: ardent conservation environmentalist, big arm pro-Vietnam. And Nixon cuts a deal with John Dingell and Scoop Jackson through John Ehrlichman, his environmental domestic advisor, and they signed Nixon January 170, changed all of our lives. Nixon shocked the press by signing the NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act, which makes anybody building something here has to tell you the environmental impact. What's the environmental impact statement? The reason that matters, it gave birth to environmental law. After that, every company, I don't care if you're ExxonMobil, I don't care if you're Walmart, you're hiring environmental lawyers to deal with all these issues of where a new store and is it a, and then Nixon went on, signed, Clean Air Act of '70. But guess, guys, what the Endangered Species Act of 1973 passed by? 92-0 in the Senate. Now you're seeing the Trump administration trying to undo the Endangered Species Act, undo Clean Air and Clean Water Acts. What the Trump movement wants to do is undo Nixon's environmental record. But Nixon was playing it for himself. History, I'm not into the environment, but if people are, I'll get credit. So he created the EPA in 1970. And so, it's an example. And CBS News covered Earth Day as if it was the moonwalk. John Lindsay, New York. And what I don't see happening in the media culture of today like that is you don't see if there is such a thing as mainstream media, they'll follow a trial, they'll follow a storyline, and they'll follow campaigns, and but they don't pick like an issue. Cronkite came in 1970, had all that power, said 1970 is going to be the year of the environment. We're going to just run it to get some good policy done. And out of them doing that, you start getting, because imagine if the media every day, all ABC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, NPR, every day began with climate change. Every day, climate. But they don't do that anymore because they're reading polling and they're watching how the ratings, and they're judging how to carry a news story, not from instinct or heart, but solely by your viewership or listeners' audience.
So, and maybe this is one of the last questions I want to ask, but it's an important one, I think, just especially in light of what you were just talking about bias of the media. How do you make sense of, or kind of assess, the sense of media bias in reporting on the presidency? Have you seen, particular trends in any of these, administrations in particular, or is there more of a, kind of an ebb and flow, but it's pretty consistent in some ways?
Watergate is such an epic moment, of course, and Woodward and Bernstein's accomplishment of just dogged journalism actually brought down a president. I mean, forced Nixon to resign. But remember, Lyndon Johnson didn't run again in '68 because of Vietnam coverage. And I've read letters from Cronkite worried about it. He said, we've just taken down 2 presidents, they being the press. We took down Johnson, we've taken out Nixon. Well, let's not take out Jerry Ford. We just, Ford caught the break of some of that intensity, and Jimmy Carter started re-picking up on going after Carter. But with Carter, it was going after his Southern accent, the way he said nuclear, the way he had a brother, Billy Carter, who was drinking beer, the way that, he'd wear blue jeans, the way that one of our most intellectual presidents, I mean, really brilliant man, Jimmy Carter, was turned into some sort of country hee-haw buffoon because of by the national media. And that starts this kind of trending of it. Reagan had the advantage of presidency of Mike Deaver and Nancy Reagan and their Hollywood connections back then to understand stagecrafting. And they were, we're looking now, June 6th, the anniversary of D-Day. Do you realize in 1984, re-election, Ronald Reagan, in February of 1984, he had when he ran against Walter Mondale, when he ran his second term, that he had a 27% approval rating, Reagan, in foreign policy. 20s. That's how bad people thought he was his first term. And then he went to Normandy. And Peggy Noonan wrote that speech, and it was all about how to blanket it on TV. Dolan wrote one, and Noonan, and these 2 speeches were marketed to what mattered then. Good Morning America, Today's Show, how to do it, with a campaign of hit that and then turn Social Security Truman Democrats, strip them away and do the flag. And claim the flag, Reagan wanted to do, because they recognized Vietnam veterans didn't get a parade. They were booed and hissed. So let's celebrate the American armed forces and our of World War II and Korea and Vietnam. Stand up in the audience if you served, after that. And you watch him uptick on foreign affairs simply on reminding people of valor of D-Day. And Reagan said, let's try to get the media off Pearl Harbor and turn them on D-Day. That we won the Battle of Normandy. We didn't win the Battle of Pearl Harbor. So let's claim D-Day as our MO. And it's amazing how Reagan was able to reinvent his poll numbers after that trip.
So I'm going to ask you, we have just a couple more minutes. So I want to ask you maybe a couple quick questions. How do you view the media's role in a functioning democracy, especially as it relates to presidential accountability?
I can't tell you how important the Fourth Estate is and how much we as citizens need to respect the work that journalists and writers do covering things around the world. we all know who a TV television person, but we're dealing with journalists being killed all over the world at all times, putting themselves in really risk ways. If we don't have a free press, our democracy is doomed. It's why and I'm not here to be partisan in any meaningful way, except to say when Donald Trump called the press the enemy of the people, it was in my mind, one of the worst and lowest ebb statements a president could say. To have that much disrespect to try to turn that group of people as the enemy. Does that mean there's not reckless, irresponsible people masquerading under the name of journalism that are making things deeply chaotic, especially since social media and now AI? Of course, it's horrible, but we also have to constantly remind ourselves of the good journalists for not a lot of money are working and working and working. And, I think that national news is different. Local news and around America, people like local news more. They're getting their local news. It's the blending of entertainment and now the curse, which may be number one of our time, is misinformation. How do we know fact from fiction? Where do we know? You know what Walter Cronkite told me? I had spent time with him. I used to be the historian for CBS, and I mentioned a book. He said, I asked him once, I said, what's the thing that concerns you the most about the United States? And he said, the iPhone. Because we're turning kids into the worldwide information and misinformation, hate sites, pornography, with no guide manual. When I was a kid, he said, I was at Lanier Middle School, I'd have to take typing and you get trained. But we're not training anybody how to properly use all of this information / misinformation. We're not saying Reuters is this or AP is this. You can trust this that's fact-checked and vetted. I just wrote an essay about Chicago for Vanity Fair. And even today, the grueling fact-checking that goes on to a story like that, at some point you start feeling silly because so much and I'm trying to be perfect and I'm making mistakes that you need a fact checker and people are just flying stuff unfact checked. So it's chaotic and actually horrible out there. But that doesn't mean where the attack should be on the fourth estate, because if we don't have that fourth estate, how can our democracy function? So I think we need summits and we need to get together leaders, not just of, with AI, but of social media, of Facebook and Google and Amazon and Apple. And how do we start? Those companies made their money on fact-based information. Do we want to give AI bad information? I mean, don't big tech companies have a responsibility to, with AI coming our way, to make sure that it's accurate information, not false information. And there are, I know it's an overused word, guardrails, safety manual, whatever. It's not there, and that's not the reporter's fault. I mean, we're just going to have to, as a country, take on that technology for all the good it's doing in medicine and elsewhere, but find a way to make sure that if somebody's going to be doing stories, and I have a student using AI for classes, they're using fact-based information, or we're going to be living in this in a even more chaotic America than we are right now.
And the very last thing I will ask, and you are a historian, so I'm going to ask you about the future. And actually, Mike Nelson, if he's somewhere in the room here, I'm going to say futurist here. I'm still not totally sure what that word really means. Based on your expertise, your research, knowing so much about so many, thinking about the presidents, what advice would you give to, I'll say current, but I would also frame this as future presidents managing their relationship with the media?
It's horrible to be president and you're living now. I mean, in this regard, everybody is firing at you at all the time. I think Johnson said it's like standing in a hailstorm naked and the hail's just pounding on you every day and there's nothing you can do. You just stand there and have to take it. And I empathize with that. On the other hand, one thing Reagan was able to do, I noticed, is he humanized the press to this degree. There'd be sharp exchanges, but then he'd say, hey, there's free food over there. Or, hey, guys, there's that donut shop across the street. It was Hallmark hammy. But he took the temperature down a little bit of the room by doing that. So even if you were a liberal reporter that didn't like him, you couldn't say he wasn't looking at you with a sense of humanity. When I listen to Trump talk to and at the press, it's to degrade, humiliate, and in that way, I find that in any part of our life, I don't enjoy watching any human do that to anybody else. So I think trying to maintain some decorum and dignity, you can have these flash moments, heated moments, but then you can also say, hey, I've got a little out of hand today, repair, say some human things, and try to keep it so we're not just living with constant acrimony.
Well, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to have some conversation around the presidency and the relationship with the media. It's such an important way to think about such an important office, and also recognizing that media plays such a critical role in the health and vibrancy of our democracy that is well beyond just one person.
And I'll end by telling you, Wilmington has done a great job it's just beautiful downtown here. And it's just walking and being here, and the revitalization and renovation, and the fact that you have history across your street and the way you're treating being the first in the country, it's impressive. And I hope to be back for our 250th anniversary of America, where Delaware should be front and center. And so thank you, Biden School. Thank you, my friend. And we'll carry on. Bye.
Thanks so much. We're going to step away. We'll have just a few minutes break, and then the last session of the day with Jordan Klepper and Donegal Young will be at the top of the hour. So we'll just have a short break, but thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Please take your seats for the final discussion of the day.
So we are in the final hour here. And we have a real star besides our host and hostess. We have a big star here who's the comedian Jordan Kepler. And he is joining us to discuss the role of political satire in democracy. And I've just spent the last 10 minutes warming him up. He was a little dull, and it wasn't quite on top of things, but I told him I was here for him. So he may call me back on stage. If it gets flat, just start to call me and I'll be here. Jordan is you've seen him on The Daily Show, and you know that he is really a mix of sharp wit and really insightful commentary on our society. He's one of the rare people who can make you laugh and make you think at the same time. Another rare issue. He has an incredible sense of humor in this chaotic political landscape, and he shines a light on genuine emotions and the thoughts of the people that he meets, who some might say, well, I'm not going to characterize them, but he tries to figure out or listens carefully what I think are some inane remarks or responses from the individuals. But he's respectful, which is a really big deal. And just in his questions and the answers, the viewer or this viewer, I have to, give some things a second thought. So it's a reminder that beneath all the noise, we're all human. And what I believe that Jordan does is he exhibits an empathy. He tries to feel like what it's like walking in another person's skin. So he doesn't make fun of, but he brings things to the light. And in the world right now between the news and entertainment, his insights, I believe, are very helpful. Now, I just told him that was all I was going to say about him, and I was pushing it at that, of how smart he is. But our own University of Delaware professor, Dana Young, she is going to do the interview with him. Turns out her day job is director for political communications, but her night job is she works the clubs, a stand-up club, comedian. She's an improv comedian. And we're going to see her in action, both of them in action right now for our final act. So please welcome Jordan and Dana.
Thank you so much. I just want to clarify when she said I work the clubs, not those clubs.
It sounded very official. I think that was.
It sounded a little bit, little X-rated. Just want to clear the record.
This is. Let me tell you, it's 5 o'clock in Wilmington. It's time to turn up the heat. You know.
Time to turn it up.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, it is so wonderful having you here. We're excited to be at the Queen, and we're excited to really have this as the highlight of our day, talking about media and democracy.
This is the highlight. Everything has been worse than this.
Correct.
Great. Good to know. Good to know.
You are in media, and we are living in maybe democracy.
Yes. This is the final days of both, I believe.
This is it. It ends at midnight, 11:59. So just to start off, I just want to congratulate you on all of your recent successes. You're co-hosting The Daily Show, you're doing a live stand-up show, you were just in Pennsylvania, and you had the special on Comedy Central that I really am excited to talk about. And you had your week co-hosting where you did, I think, the first 3 days, right? And Jon Stewart did Thursday.
Yeah, there's a newcomer at The Daily Show named Jon Stewart. So he's...
Yes.
They're giving him a little tryout, and he did.
Yeah.
He does once a week. He's working his way up to it, but yes.
How did he do? Okay.
He did pretty good, you know?
Did he?
Yeah. You know, I think
that's
another
good.
15 years, it'll be like second nature for that guy.
Perfect. So the week that you were on, the most recent one, it was a wild, I don't know if you know this, but the news is sometimes depressing.
Yes.
Okay. And this particular week, the news stories included South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem shooting her puppy, and RFK Jr. It being revealed that he had a worm in his brain.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, did you have to fight for that week? How did that work out?
That was, the atheist in me did something right, because God was like, let's give the atheist a great comedy week. There's always, it's a wonderful job getting to host The Daily Show, and you're always stressed the night. As soon as the show ends, you start thinking about what the next show is going to be in the morning, and going to work, I'm looking through news stories or what have you, and then literally that RFK Jr. news story pops up along with Kristi Noem, not only self-releasing a story about how she executed her puppy, then going on to every news channel and then defending why that's important to execute your puppy. And then I get a news alert that, yes, that RFK Jr. had a worm in his brain that may have been eating his brain and died in his brain. And then as a comedy show, you're like, clear the day. We got a great one today, everybody. Let's find some humor in this. So those were a gift from the comedy gods.
Which brings me to a question about how do you deal with the fact that everyone is getting these news alerts on their phones? So we all had that moment realizing this RFK Jr. headline.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Wait, did you say guilty on 8 counts?
Guilty on 8 counts. Yeah, what is your source? This is good. Good, yes. This is a media democracy. Yeah, what is your source? Alex Jones says guilty. I believe it. Let's take, yeah. The New York Times says guilty. What are you on right now? Reuters? Oh, you're a Reuters? Oh, you're not going to find out for a week and a half on Reuters. Come on. Somebody's going to jump to it. Is AP weighed in on this yet? You can't load AP right now. Invest in infrastructure, AP. Wow. Guilty on A. Look at that.
Okay, so what does that mean, Jordan? Since you're a political analyst.
I am a political analyst, right? Play one on television. Well, first of all, I'm shocked that 12 people can agree on anything in this day and age. I didn't expect.
It's New York, Jordan.
I know.
It's New York.
I didn't expect accountability to ever enter into the Trump atmosphere. It doesn't feel like that's something he's ever had to face. And still, we'll see where this accountability goes. I'm still skeptical. I need to read it in 10 different newspapers and then see what actually happens afterwards. I'll be curious to see what happens with the sentencing. But that is truly surprising to me. I do think we are so divided right now, especially around anything Trump related, that even in New York, I know it is a progressive, liberal-leaning place, but to find a jury of 12 people agreeing on one thing in a day and a half is fucking bonkers to me.
It's really bananas.
What?
I don't even know what to do right now.
Oh my God, wait a minute. I'm getting an update here right now. Oh, the Democracy Summit has been, they got a second season already, just like that.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Look at that.
Amazing.
Democracy Summit will live again. Just like that. A third season and a fourth season. Unbelievable.
Look at that.
Wow, it's already helping the economy. Look at that.
Wow. Oh my goodness. All right. Well,
Wow.
Jordan. We're gonna have to let that sink in. I just want to say, when you said that about how it's really hard, you feel like that the concept of accountability hasn't really played any role, because at every pass, even when it feels like there might be accountability, it turns out it's not actual accountability.
Yes, and I think like in the world of Donald Trump, for many people, for a lot of this country, we have lost a faith in institutions, especially over the last 6 years. And I think we've watched a person who has had unbelievable privileges his entire life and has seemed to face no repercussions for the mores that he steps over, legal or social. Any of those norms that he breaks, he faces zero repercussions. In fact, he's lauded for them. He runs on them and he becomes a hero. He becomes godly in some people's mind. And so I will say it's not uncommon for most people I talk to had no faith in any kind of American justice system finding fault in anything that he does. and still there's a process that's going to play out. I'm sure there's going to be appeals and who knows what will happen with sentencing. But I think for a lot of people, I'm sure in hearing this, you hear the gasps in this room, and it's not gasps over the things that he's done. We've seen him step over that line. We've seen him break the law. He records himself on tape breaking the law. It happens so regularly. We're so inured to it that we're not shocked by the transgression. We're shocked at the justice. And I think that hopefully will begin to change. So yay for being shocked at justice.
That's a great line.
May it surprise us again and again.
I'm going to get a shirt. This is shocked
by justice. They don't even have an emoji in your phone for that. You know, it's such a new emoji.
How was that for tying it back together?
Good, really weaving it together.
Right?
Well done. Well done.
Okay. So do we have a clip? Is that a thumbs up? Look.
And I think like the t-shirts at the next rally are going to be clutch. They're gonna be high end and nice, and it's gonna be a whole new thing to talk about. So I don't see it denting the conversation, just only adding to the t-shirts put out into the worst dressed people in America.
But when you can commodify like a mugshot, right? And you know, with a revelation like how Trump hadn't actually paid taxes, and then that's like, oh well, that's because he's really smart, and smart people don't pay taxes. So all of these little inversions that they do. If he's actually punished and suffers consequences, how do you, I mean, I'm sure they can, but how do you think that they'll commodify that?
I think his superpower is his shamelessness. I think if he apologized for what he did and said, I made a mistake, then so much crumbles. Because I think what you see out there is not a discussion over policies. Sometimes that's what we have, but I don't think that's at the core of what we're actually arguing about. I think it's identity. People have identified with Donald Trump. They're wearing, you don't buy 40 hats because you like his immigration policy. You buy 40 hats because you're now the Trump guy. You love that. And he's a guy who says, screw the system, and the system's been mean to you. And so I think Donald Trump getting convicted, he says, well, the system's against him, the system's against me as well. If Donald Trump came out and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that, then that's where that begins to crack. But I think shamelessness, it is a weapon, and it is a powerful weapon. And you look back at like what happened with Watergate, and Nixon was like, for the good of the country, I made a mistake, I'm stepping down. And I think that was such an important moment in American history that we assumed was just was the lowest bar you had to clear for a leader. It was like, oh, well, for the good of the country, okay, that'll happen. That's not how Donald Trump thinks. And because he is shameless across the board, then that image will never crack for the people who base their identity around it.
That's depressing. Let me pivot.
The t-shirts are going to be fire, though. To be clear, they're going to be great t-shirts.
Let's go back to the costume stuff, because that's funny.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that for a second. So when you're at these rallies and there are people literally cloaked in flags, like that one guy. And by the way, shout out to New Hampshire. That's where I'm from. That's why I chose that clip, because it's right near where my parents live.
Beautiful part of the country.
Yeah, it's really good times up there. Those people are fun. So when we're talking about like these rallies with this sort of all the garb, it feels as though so much of these events and these rallies is a celebration, as much as it's like, screw you, we're not going down. Is it possible that there's kind of this ritualistic, like entertainment factor involved in these celebrations?
100%. I think that's what it is. Number one, I think politics has become something you can consume. It's not a nerdy thing, it's a celebratory thing. It's like a parade. People are like, what's it like to go to a Trump rally? You should go to a Trump rally if you've never been. It is fun. When the parade comes to town, the town comes out. They put on their best wear, they party, it feels like a tailgate. I laugh because my family, I grew up in Kalamazoo, Michigan. We're big Michigan Wolverine fans. I was going to be named after Bo Schembechler, the coach, if they won the '79 Rose Bowl. Thank God they didn't.
We're going to be named after
I
the
was going to be
last
Bo.
name?
I would have been named Bo if we won the '79 Rose
I
Bowl.
thought you meant you were going to be named Schlebebediga.
Schembechler, yes. Very close on that pronunciation, Dano. Very
Was
close.
it?
Yeah, I would have been
Schlebegebediga.
blah, 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 Klepper. We grew up going to Michigan games. I literally have, at my home right now, I probably have 8 Michigan caps at home. I got all
How
the
much did
swag.
each of those caps cost, Jordan?
About $20 each. I have thousands. I am that man, but for Michigan. Because it's fun and it's identity. You put that thing on, you go to Ann Arbor and you see other people who love something you love. And I think that is an intoxicating thing. We all want meaning in our lives. We want community, and wearing that apparel gives you that. And what's so funny is I'm on a text chain with my family, and my parents were conservative, but over the last 8 years have become raging liberals. The Trump era turned them, and so they are on a text chain with me, and they bitch about the world of Donald Trump constantly, and how can people believe all of these election denialisms? That's what my text feed is. Simultaneously, it's also about how much we love the Michigan Wolverines. And a funny thing happened this year with the Michigan Wolverines is they were accused of cheating to win games. And Michigan Wolverines won the national championship this year, but half the country thinks they cheated. And the wild thing is they totally cheated. But if you bring that up to my parents, they are like, no fucking way did they cheat. Where are your sources? I don't believe that. They're good people. And I will literally put them to that. I'm like, this is the same argument that you use against the MAGA cult. And they're like, well, but Michigan's different. I just think they don't understand that we are good people. This is what everybody does. And you see this normalization. And it's different consequences when you look at the world of football, or we look at the world of politics. But this tribal nature of like identity, like we are Michigan Wolverines fans, and we will do anything to not have to see cracks in that identity.
So why is it that you see the cracks, Jordan?
Why don't I see the cracks?
Yeah, why is it that you are able to see the cracks? You just conceded that they cheated.
I did. That took work.
Did it hurt?
It did hurt. It didn't feel good. But as soon as I was able to separate myself from being Jordan Klepper, the Michigan Wolverine fan, to being Jordan Klepper, who is also a Michigan Wolverine fan, it was easier for me to call out some of the BS. It didn't mean it didn't hurt, and I could already feel. I mean, we all have it. I think it's a natural. It's a natural tribal instinct of like. Sports is the easiest way for me to see it, of like a bad thing happens to that player or your coach did something really shitty, morally repugnant. The first thing you do if you're a Penn State fan and Joe Paterno did something bad is be like, well, I don't know, probably not. It's because you bought the hat. And I think that's the danger, is in buying the hat, you become the person and you become impossible to take any criticism about that thing. And I think a lot of Democrats don't buy the hats. They just vote for the person who helps the policies, because that's what politics was. And I think Trump pulled the trick, and he made you buy the hat and made you be on the team in a way that makes it really hard to get off that team train.
So maybe democracy needs a hat.
Democracy needs a hat. Or if the hats could get so ugly that nobody wanted a hat, then we might be in a good place.
Okay, maybe.
This metaphor is deep. I don't know if it holds up. I really don't know.
So wait, let's go back to Kalamazoo, metaphorically.
Yes.
So you grew up in Kalamazoo and you studied. Again, you just said that Wikipedia is full of misinformation. I'm a misinformation scholar.
You looked at Wikipedia?
No.
This is the future of democracy does not lie on Wikipedia.
Looked at Wikipedia.
Sure.
And so you majored in theater and math?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Good. I mean, not that it's not good to major in theater, but look at you. Backup plan.
Backup plan. I was a nerd in high school, and I got a math scholarship, and I took it. And halfway through college, I found improv comedy, and it kind of blew my mind. We were talking about it backstage. We both have a love of improv. And so I was like, I'm good at math. I like math. I love the logic of math, but I grew up as a kid who sort of, I had a wonderful childhood, but I believed there was a path. You do good in school, you go to college, you learn these things, and that's what you do. And then in college, they were like, what about this theater thing? And I was like, this is wild. I get to talk about feelings. I get to run around in a costume. I get to pretend to be a dandelion, and people will laugh at it. Like 3 people
They
laughed
let you
at
be
it.
a dandelion?
It was a very forgiving audience in college. But that sort of broke my brain in a lovely way of like, oh, I like thinking like this. I like being open to these experiences. And I started to kind of follow that thing post-college.
So then you did Second City, Chicago, and then you did UCB, or Upright Citizens Brigade. So that is all in the world of improv. And so what I do want to talk to you about, because we both share a love of improv, and the philosophy of improvisation is rooted in yes and listening to your scene partner and building something together. And I'm wondering to what extent those skills allow you to have those conversations that you have with these folks. Can you talk about how you think about those dialogues in the moment in a way that, as Valerie said, has empathy and also allows them to be humans with dignity while you are subtly illustrating hypocrisy or incongruities in what they're saying?
I think that's kind of you to say. I think improv is kind of integral to the stuff I've always done. I think at the heart of it is listening. And so when you're out in the field, the number one thing is do your research beforehand. When I walk in the field, I've thought through arguments, hypocrisies. I've talked with other people, so I sort of know some of the talking points, but you never really know until you're out there what people care about, and that's why you go into the field. Then you listen hard, you see what the unusual, interesting thing is, and you support their ideas. I think what's different than what I get to do that traditional journalists do is I get to say yes to their ideas. I get to make them feel comfortable. I want to hear more. I want them to reveal something that they wouldn't normally reveal when their guard is up. And so, yeah, I'm looking for them to keep talking, to agree with their point of view, to see if they go farther beyond that. And more often than not, I think the most revealing moments are the times when they are confiding the things that they're having, the conversations that they're having with their friends, and not the ones they're having with the guarded media. And so I definitely am using improvisation in those moments. I will say also at the Daily Show, the way we craft a show throughout the day uses sort of an improviser's mindset in the first half of the day, which like improv is all about like generation. Generate ideas, jokes, perspectives, and then the second half of the day at the Daily Show is a stand-up mindset, which is all about editing. And it's like take the things that you have and try to craft a final product. So you're always sort of using that improviser mind and also that stand-up mind when you're creating something that becomes a final product.
That is very cool. So when you're in these conversations with folks, as they're talking about, as you're getting them to open up, right, and you're listening to them, and they're feeling comfortable. One of the things that I found is in their words is something that I've been researching in terms of why it is that people believe misinformation, and really. Unfortunately, we're not driven to understand the world as it is empirically portrayed. We're actually driven to understand the world through the motivations of comprehension, control, and community, which is what you're saying. So we want to feel like we understand it. We want to feel like we have some control over things, and we want to feel like we're part of a community. And my thing, as I think about these things, those things can lead us to the path of belief and misinformation. But those things are actually legitimate needs, right? So, and that's what I feel when they're sharing things with you and you're hearing them. A lot of the things that are underlying the things that they are believing that are untrue or that they've been exploited to believe, their needs are real, and I feel like you hear them.
I mean, I try to, and again, I don't think it's kind to see empathy in there, and I do have empathy for it, but I'm also looking to find hypocrisy and highlight it, because I think it's also representative of, I think, like what is cancerous in our dialogue. But I think it is important to not just see it as like, look at these crazy folks. It's like, these ideas are crazy. It's not the people who are sharing them. And I think like you are 100% right. It's feeding a couple needs. One, a Trump rally is a victory party. And in a lot of places in America, what do you want more than anything? A victory party, to feel like you won something. When Donald Trump went, like for people who feel disconnected from the political process and feels like government doesn't work hard enough for them, there's no expectation that government will ever give them anything. So if they get a win through identity, then that's the best they can get out of it. And so I feel that there, and I understand that need. I also see like, you need confirmation bias of the things that you think, and so people are searching that on the left and the right. It's also fun. Like I go to rallies in Wisconsin, and I talk to these older ladies who were knee deep in QAnon theories, and you're like, what are these ladies doing with QAnon theories? Because it's fun for them. It's a hobby. It's an easy thing to do on their computer. They get to feel like they're discovering something. They're in on the know. They found something before somebody else did, and they're cool to know about that thing. And so I think, again, we judge it, and again, I think the effects of misinformation is incalculable in what it's doing to our democracy and our country. but the need to be felt powerful and the desire to chase down something that makes you feel good and that dopamine rush, I think is a very natural thing that a lot of these people are chasing. And again, on both sides, I see it on the left as well. I think it's being weaponized in a perhaps more effective way on the farther right reaches, but I think I turn to my phone to look at something that makes me feel good about the way in which I see the world, and that's what I'm running up to whenever I go out into the field.
So I do want to pivot to your recent special. So in your recent special that aired on Comedy Central called Moscow Tools, you examine Russia's influence on MAGA talking points in particular, right? And part of the special involved you going into the field or into actually the forest with these Estonian fighters that were preparing for a Russian invasion, that are always preparing for a Russian invasion. And you interviewed Estonian Prime Minister Kaja Kallas. I think that's how you say it.
Kaja Kallas, yeah.
Darn it to heck.
So close.
Jordan.
Know your Estonian prime ministers. I keep saying this, guys.
God.
Know your Estonian. Don't be a dumb American. We all need to know the last 5 Estonian prime ministers. These people know it. You guys know it. Say it with me. Let's name our favorite Estonian prime ministers. On the count of 3, who's your favorite Estonian prime minister? 1, 2, 3. There, very, very well articulated, everyone. Very well. Your lucky Estonian is guttural. You could really hide it in your in your mumblings.
So in these we're moving on. In these conversations, you were talking about life under Russian rule and what's at stake when democratic countries fall under authoritarian rule. So I'll come around in a second.
Yeah.
So in the work that I've done, the psychology and influence of satire, what I found is that the direct effects of exposure to satire on attitudes and beliefs and behaviors are actually not huge, right? They're very hard to find, the direct effects on like persuasion, right? However, satire is quite adept at getting an audience to think about issues or events, putting them on their agenda, and satire is also really good at inviting sort of exploration, discussion, and critical thinking about the topics that are in the satire, okay? So I'm wondering if with that special, is this what you're doing? And if this isn't what you're doing, what are you doing, Jordan?
I'm trying to get health insurance. That's number 1.
We all are.
Get a special, get on TV, get this health insurance, survive to the next day. It's really interesting hearing you talk about your research with satire, and that feels right in line with the things that I see. People often ask, like, are you changing people's mind with this? That's not the goal. I think Jon Stewart often said with The Daily Show, like, find bullshit, call it out. We're trying to find humor in that. And I think the effects of satire can be community. It's drawing attention to the bullshit you see, making you feel less crazy because you see it as well. You're contextualizing it for a way that people can understand it in a way they maybe couldn't elsewhere. But I don't think it's like a blueprint for conversation to change minds. And I think I will say this Moscow Tool special, to me, I'm a comedian, but I'm also a citizen, and I am also aghast at the things that I see. And these details that we started to see about how Russian misinformation was affecting our funding towards Ukraine, how misinformation I was literally hearing on the campaign trail at MAGA events. And there was this Washington Post research that came out recently about Kremlin talking points that they wanted to push at MAGA events. So it was wild. As somebody who's at these events, I'm like, I'm hearing Russian misinformation out on the campaign trail. And so as a comedian, I think this is a pretty fucking big deal. And I think
can he say that
Can
here?
I say that here at the Queen Theater? I'm saying it. Thumbs up.
I think we got a thumbs up in the back. Okay, go ahead. You can say it again.
5:30 moment 10. Let me tell you, after hours, we're doing it. So for me, I think what I can do is I can contextualize something that I don't think a lot of people in the Comedy Central world are engaged with right now, but I think I can articulate it through some comedy. I think oddly and crazily enough, like, I don't think a lot of people have sat down and listened to the Estonian Prime Minister talk about the threat at their border. And for some reason, it airs on Comedy Central, where a lot of stoners who are still watching TV after Office reruns are now watching a special on Russian misinformation. But I love that because I think it's introducing to people who might not be reading the Washington Post's breakdown of Russian misinformation. And so hopefully inviting people to this conversation, finding humor in it, because I think like laughter is a recognition of you see the chaos as well. I think there's community in that. And also I think ringing the alarm on something that I truly am aghast by. And so yeah, that's what and baseline, going back to improv, curiosity. Like when I get to do specials for Comedy Central, it starts with like, what am I seeing? What am I reading? What am I thinking about right now? And how can I use this structure that we've kind of built and worked on at The Daily Show as a way to like communicate it in a fresh way for audiences?
One of the things we talked about in an earlier panel today was that it does feel that journalists have an obligation that they're not really fulfilling to educate the public about what democracy means and what democracy requires. And that, covering this election as though it's politics as usual, like with the horse race and strategy framing and who's ahead and behind, feels somewhat criminal because one of these candidates has said that they will embrace authoritarianism, and they do every day. And so I'm wondering if as much as we talked about how journalists have a role to play in this sort of civic education about what is involved in a democracy, how is it different from an authoritarian state, when I watched that special that you did, it felt like that was such an efficient education on what is at stake, what authoritarianism looks like, what is at stake when democracy erodes. So do you think about that at all?
I mean,
the sort of civic education piece?
I think about it from terms of what my priorities are and the shows are. Like I think I don't want to. It's a cheap term to call it infotainment. Of like I don't want to be didactic to an audience, but I want to be honest about the things that I find important and I'm nervous about. And so I think yes. I also think the way in which what is scary to me right now about the media landscape. There's some great journalism out there. There's some great journalists out there, but the formats for this journalism are. They don't produce any kind of civic understanding or discourse, right? The business model of all these media systems are so out of line with a way in which to communicate good ideas. And I'm a part of it. I understand what Comedy Central needs, the clicks that you need, the things that people talk about. Like I look at these conversations on CNN, and I'm like, I know the bottom line, CNN needs to sell Pepto-Bismol commercials. So what is the most efficient way for them to do that? We get to play by slightly different rules, and I think in some ways it does feel borderline criminal to approach this weird media landscape and this wild authoritarian spewing candidate who's just been convicted of a federal crime, like to approach it like business as usual. It's time to update the business model. I'm not saying it's through comedy, but I'm saying what I think sometimes people find in satire or moments of The Daily Show is you understand what our bias is right up top. We are not a news outlet. We are comedians. What I loved about Jon Stewart when I was a fan of his in high school or in college watching The Daily Show is like, I know his bias. He's a comedian. He's looking for bullshit. He's looking for comedy. I trust this guy because he's open about it. What I trust less is a media personality who's pretending that he has no bias, but he's got a ton of bias built into the system around him, the clicks that he needs, and who he is. And so I think a lot of people are drawn to not the removal of bias, but the clarity of where it lies. And I think for some, they see that in comedians because the premise is put out there right at the top.
For years, Jon Stewart would talk about, the both sidesism of news and objectivity. Shouldn't it be about objectively calling out bullshit? And see, I said it too, bullshit.
Oh my God, it feels so liberating.
It feels really good.
It's nice, it's nice.
And as someone who's a media scholar, I thought, okay, well, this is going to catch on. Jon Stewart's talking about it. And it felt like, that was 20 years ago. And it didn't really. It didn't enter mainstream discourse. However, right now, there are really high-profile conversations being had among journalists about whether or not they need to be explicitly pro-democracy in their coverage. Not ideologically biased, right? Not saying I'm rooting for one thing over another, but at least rooting for democracy over authoritarianism. So I'm wondering if maybe they're starting to get there?
I think I want more articulation as to what that looks like. Sure. I think a question that we explored with the Russia special was what I'm seeing, like Russia has a couple different goals when they dump misinformation into our ecosystem. Some of that is just to sow chaos. And I would talk to people out on the road, and they're just using this misinformation to essentially troll Democrats, to make Joe Biden look like he's inefficient. Like that's where they get their juice, and Russia feeds that. But there's a secondary thing going on that I think is a scarier question, which is I think what is bubbling up out there is a earnest desire for authoritarianism. And I think what used to be like, oh, no, I'm not pro-authoritarianism, I'm not anti-democracy, that language has shifted out on the road. And part of what we looked at is like, we can have that conversation. That is a hard conversation, but I don't think the people who are pro-authoritarianism and what they see in Putin's authoritarianism is somebody who's tough on crime, who's Christian, who's white and powerful. They like that, but they don't see the realities of authoritarianism. And so there's a misguided understanding of history and what things look like across the globe. And so I think that is a big question that America should reckon with. It's not just like, we're pro-democracy, what the hell are we doing? It's like, I think there's folks who want to be pro-authoritarianism. Can we address that? What does that actually look like? What do people actually want? I want journalists to, yes, articulate that. And also to push back on the dodges. I think most recently, George Stephanopoulos talks about how he's not letting any election deniers get on air without asking if they accept the last election results and if they'll accept the next ones. And he's like, it's dodged by so many people and journalists because the way in which all of these shows work. You got 4 minutes with Ted Cruz. You're going to spend 1 watching him dodge that question and the next 3.5 talking about something else. I get it. That's how it's set up. Donald Trump, he walks on out. He's going to dodge 1 question. He's going to call in 7 other people who ask him questions he wants to answer. We don't get follow-up questions. The media isn't given that. People like George Stephanopoulos, I'm glad he's like, I'm not going to ask another question so you can push your talking points till I get an answer to this one, because that dodge is dangerous. That dodge, that needs to be answered. What are you really saying when you're not accepting the results of that election? What are you really, really saying? I'm going to push you until you own up to what it is and don't just politically move on. And so that's where I want to see more moments like that. The Jonathan Swan interview from a few years back, like, to me, cut through some of that BS. Yeah. And again, there's great journalists out there. It's the platforms that they're on that don't allow them to do that at times. And so that's where I get most worried. But I see the glimmers of it. And it's not that you have to be pro-democracy. It's that you need to be pro calling out bullshit.
Right.
And don't let them get off because they're running out the clock in every one of these interviews.
And I wonder when you talk about, the real fear is some of these folks, maybe they do want authoritarianism. Mm-hmm. I'm always an idealist. And
oh, you poor thing.
I know. I mean, I have to be an idealist or I wouldn't be in this business of studying media and democracy, right? And I always have to imagine that things will improve. And I do think that people are fundamentally good. And I know that a lot of data points suggest otherwise. However, I'm thinking when you're saying, these are folks who maybe they do want to embrace authoritarianism, mm-hmm. is that actually it? Or is it that those needs that they have for whatever comprehension, control, and community have been so exploited by either people that stand to gain financially through media systems or political or in terms of power? They have so exploited those needs and they have sold them a false bill of goods. And they don't actually want what comes with authoritarianism because they don't actually know what that is.
I think that's a good articulation of it. I think that there's not a clear articulation of what authoritarianism is. And I'm slightly more pessimistic than you. I don't believe people are inherently good, but I don't think they're inherently bad. I just think people are created. They're created by their parents, they're created by their environments, they're created by their communities. And I'm raising a kid right now, and I think like sometimes I'm like, oh, that person's good. No, people worked on that person being good. People took care of that person in their community. That person was given healthy role models. That person was given healthy neighbors. That person was given a healthy diet of information. That person was created in an image of somebody who is healthy and good and kind. And I think our country is full of those people, but we earn that. And we earn that by being a community that also gave that. And I think where I get worried is not that we have more bad people who want these things, it's that we have communities that aren't creating good people anymore. And there are people who are taking advantage of that by, yes, feeding them images of like, the authoritarian cell is an easy sell. Oh man, there's crime out there. You don't get what you want. Look at these crazy people who are coming to take what you should have. What we need to lock that thing down, don't we? Oh, look at these people. They're anti-God. You believe in God. Have you heard of heaven? It's great. You should go to heaven. Believe in heaven. Hey, well, how about we bring God back into schools? That'll be good too, and you'll get what you deserve. It's a clean sell if you don't have other people around you being like, careful. There's history behind this. And those people who are selling you that are benefiting from it in ways that you don't fully understand. And so I think we need to work harder at making the good people so that they can call out the BS when they see it.
And I think that in terms of the economics of our media infrastructure right now, especially our digital media infrastructure, because it's so much about community and because some of these things become normative, like they're like social norms within communities that like this is how people like us think about these things. Mm-hmm. Because what is being bought and sold in the economics of media are tiny little homogenous communities of people that share value systems, it really is tailor-made for the exploitation of these dynamics.
Yeah, I think that's what is so frightening to me is my pessimism lies in the conversations that we're allowed to have because of the mediums that we have on it. It's the whole the medium is the message argument. But I look at it right here, and the people I talk to, even at Trump rallies, like when I get people outside of the rallies, quite frankly, I was at an event a few months ago in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and as I'm interviewing some folks, there was a man dressed in a bespoke suit that looks like the border wall. And he has a Make America Great Again hat. He has a handlebar mustache. And he starts screaming at me, screw this guy. He sucks. Don't talk to this guy. He follows me around for hours screaming at me as we're doing interviews. Donald Trump welcomes him up on stage later at the event because he's the wall guy. He signs his hat. This guy's sort of famous in the MAGA world. And he was just vitriol. It was a rough rally to be at. And to add on to that, there was a blizzard. All of our flights got canceled. I stayed in Green Bay. I drank my sorrows away. I got on a weird flight the next day, and I show up at the airport, and my flight is delayed for 3.5 hours, the small Green Bay airport. And who is there at the bar? But brick wall guy. We make eye contact, and I'm like, shit. This is a nightmare. And he's like, hey. And as soon as we get over the weird awkwardness of it all, as soon as we realize there are not cameras around, my cameras, his cameras, we drop some of this. And we start to have a conversation. And I sat and I talked to Brick Wall Guy for 3.5 hours. And we didn't agree on a lot of things, but I will tell you what, there was a softening. There was a place to have a conversation about the things he cared about. Super interesting guy. And frankly, at the time, I would have been like, that crazy guy who just screams at you, has a handlebar mustache or whatever. Super articulate, thoughtful guy, thinks about the issues, history buff, who frankly was voted for Obama, who then has conservative values, liked what Trump was able to get done. He also likes online culture, and I think sees himself as somewhat of an online comedian and found a place for himself in sort of the Trump trolley universe, and then goes to these events, one, because he finds community and meaning, but he has doubts and he has softenings. He didn't believe the election was stolen, wish Trump wouldn't talk about those kinds of things. And we had a conversation as humans there. And I don't know, Twitter does not allow for that conversation to take place. I don't know how we make Twitter into the Green Bay airport for 3.5 hours. Hard, difficult. I don't have that answer, but I know in those moments, there was at least an understanding of that person as another human, and the same thing back at me. Like we could talk about these things and not be so aggrieved by the mere suggestion of conversation. And I think that's the magic trick that we need to figure out, is how do we get back to a space where those conversations can happen?
What always gives me hope, idealist, is that when you look at the data on people's policy positions, it is so different from what you would expect from the polarized political identities that we have. Mm-hmm. So when you look at people's, even something as polarizing as abortion, when you look at Republicans and Democrats' positions on abortion, there is a lot more gray in those positions than you would ever be led to believe by the conversations that we see on mm-hmm. television. And so when I hear about folks like that, what I'm thinking psychologically is happening is, outside of the context of that rally, it's the same thing that you said about, are you Jordan Klepper, Michigan fan, or Jordan Klepper, who also happens to be a fan of Michigan? That political identity became diluted.
Yes, and frankly, in that moment, I'm not Jordan Klepper, the guy on TV, which has its own partisan bent to it, which I am more hyperbolic in those moments. I'm searching for something there. I'm searching for irony. And so I could disassociate myself from that. He literally had 2 MAGA hats on him, but he literally had the hats off, So we could see each other not as like, you're just that symbol. It's like, no, what is your deal, man? He had it back for me. And I will say this, we laughed. It was 3.5 hours. We had a funny, at the end of it all, we get brought onto the plane, and I go to we're in line talking to each other. And as I go and swipe my ticket, I'm in an exit row, and the woman says, oh, you're in an emergency exit row. Do you accept the responsibilities of in that row? And I say, yes, I do. And I turn to him and I go, I hope this fucking freaks you out, man. And you know what he did? He laughed.
Yeah.
And I thought that, I was like, that's it right there.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna poke at this guy. And the fact that he was open enough to laugh at it and see that humor, like it's not that I need to change his mind on everything, but the fact that we can have that little moment there, I was like, that's it. I want to get back to that some freaking way.
Because if he is willing to laugh and play along, he's entered the state of play, which means he's not experiencing threat in that moment.
Exactly.
So, and you totally changed that that dynamic between you. That's so wild. So I actually think this is fascinating given what we know about Trump's penchant for these rallies, right? Trump understands people very well. He loves rallies. He loves when it's raucous. He loves when the bodies are all in. And I think something happens to people. I mean, this has been, sociologists studied crowd behavior from like the early 1900s, right? There's something that happens in a crowd where people give themselves over to the crowd. There's a contagion effect psychologically. And having him outside of the context of that was completely different.
Yeah, that mob mentality. I was there on January 6th, working, to be clear.
We have a clip of that I still want to show in a second.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I think but I think that you see it there. It's like suddenly I saw a ton of bad actors who went there to cause trouble, and I saw a lot of people who have been talking the talk get caught up in the chaos of this moment, and it is so scary to watch a group turn like that. And you see it at those rallies where when Trump he's doing it less now, I think, but in the last election where he'd point at a journalist or he would point at somebody in the audience and they would scream at them and get angry in that way, like, it's scary when that crowd can turn, and more often than not, I believe those people outside of that crowd situation are not looking for it, but they're given this permissive structure to indulge in their worst instincts.
Do we have that clip, the second clip for Klepper? Oh, a thumbs up. It's just a short bit from your filming on January 6th at the Capitol.
Right. Can I ask you some questions? What's your plan? What's your plan?
For what?
What are are you storming the Capitol?
No, I'm just going up there checking for somebody.
Is this the last stand?
I'd say it is.
This looks like the last stand. Are you afraid if you run out of batteries for the last stand that you'll be thwarted? Good luck. I hope you don't run into bumpy terrain or stairs. While Segway Stonewall Jackson is laughable on his child's scooter, the rioters brought real weapons and committed real atrocities. They attacked our democracy, our police, and even our cameraman.
Does that matter? Hey, you assaulted me! I was saying you assaulted me!
Trump's fake tough guy military are literally throwing themselves on the ground to perpetuate victimhood. If the Trump presidency is going to come to an end, this seems fitting. A show of aggression, ending with a bunch of people screaming at a building without a working understanding of how democracy works. America 2021. Thunder, cannon, tear gas, let's not wait to find out. In the end, the crowd didn't stop our democracy. Let's take heart in that. This shit-stained rebellion failed, as did my dry January.
That ending was so powerful. And as I mentioned to you earlier, I think that a lot of folks really witnessed a lot more elements of the insurrection through your coverage of it. I think a lot of folks weren't watching live that day, and the coverage was so upsetting. I think a lot of folks saw it through your coverage.
I mean, it was such a strange, harrowing day. I think we knew it was going to be intense. We didn't know it was going to go that far, but we knew what the structure of that day was going to look for. There's jokes at the beginning of that where we arrived at 9:00 and I'm asking people which way to the insurrection, because that was what was being talked about. And so throughout that day, we felt like we felt the timbre of the day shift. And then, as you saw, I mean, I look back at that, it blows my freaking mind. Like it was at the same time such a tragic day and such a sad day for democracy and such an absurd day. Like talking to that man on a Segway trying to overthrow the greatest country on earth is ludicrous. And then also Oath Keepers running on up there with cable ties in their pocket. Like it felt like just such a reflection of America at that time, where it was like it's these weekend cowboys who think they're going to do something, and there's these people who have just been fed BS for such a long time that now they actually want to hang Mike Pence. Like so much kind of came crashing that day. I will say an interesting moment that plays out a little bit earlier there that I always think of encapsulates it in some ways for me. That day I interviewed a man who was swinging a pitchfork, and he was ranting about revolution. He's swinging a pitchfork, and as I interview him, we're interrupted by a man who's screaming obscenities at us. And obscenity man was so loud that the man swinging the pitchfork shushed him, saying, "You do not speak for me," leaving me grateful to the more level-headed man swinging a pitchfork. we literally locked eyes, and he rolled his eyes as if to say, "Can you believe this fucking guy?" Just like, the key to common ground is find somebody more crazy. And that's what that day was. It was just what a bonkers, sad, absurd moment in American democracy.
And you had been covering rallies for, at that point, over a year, well, more than that. And you mentioned that things maybe started to turn at some of the rallies. Did you ever feel physically under threat at any other events prior to that?
Unfortunately, security kept ratcheting up as this goes on, and to this day. And partially that has to do with I'm not the strongest of folks. Like if I took jujitsu, maybe we could cut that security guard situation in half. But I will say I'd go to rallies, and they were always intense. Trevor Noah always laughed. He was like, "Send Jordan out because they'll talk to him." And he was right. I'm a big, lanky white guy, so it's easier for folks to talk to me. And I really felt under attack. There were a few incidents where I was rushed at and things got a little heated. But after Trump lost the last election, or at least there was the appearance of having lost the last election, things shifted. I think post-2016, I'd go to events and people felt like winners. They felt like, we're in the White House, we have it. After the last election, feeling like something had been taken away from them, the timber immediately shifted and things got much more aggro. The event that happened a month before that, the Stop the Steal event, got pretty intense, and I was surrounded by a mob that I had to kind of be rushed away for because of that. We're taken care of at the Daily Show, and I feel very lucky about the team that we travel with. But I think once the last loss occurred, it felt like this party train the MAGA folks were on had been dinged and something was taken away from, and this articulation of like we must fight back and all of this rhetoric really weaponized this idea that you could be a hero too, in a way that has folks at rallies looking for anybody with a camera and wanting to make a stink about it.
So as we get to the last 5 minutes here, I have a theory, okay? And that theory is completely self-serving. And it is, I feel like if everyone practiced improv, it could save American democracy.
This is somebody, you do have a stake in the Comedy Sports franchise, correct?
I do.
You
Small,
do. So
yeah.
this is,
Small.
It's take an improv
I'm
class,
just saying,
save democracy.
so we're offering 101, starts next week.
It's great. Bring your family.
But the idea of being open, saying yes, giving an offer, adding to what someone else says, listening, never forcing your ideas on someone else, building something collaboratively. There's such an openness in spirit to that, and it's so exploratory. And there's also a humility. There's an inherent humility in improv because your ideas that you get on stage with are not the ideas of the scene.
Right.
Right? That's stand-up. Right? So I guess that's the spirit of humility underlying it. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
I like that a lot. I will say, at least for myself, improv was a switch went off. It changed how I thought about life. I think it kind of shifted my philosophy on the world, not to get too heady about it, and also the way in which I approach comedy. I think like improv, like you said, is about building your ideas with somebody else's. It's about collaboration. Improv is about listening. It's about finding something beautiful out of something imperfect. I think if we looked at America, if we looked at the world that way, I think it's a healthy way to approach things. Of like, how can I make what is in front of me better? And how do I do that and collaborate with someone else? I will say what has been helpful for me in those moments and what makes great improv is a sense of vulnerability. And it's hard. And again, I don't think when I look at my pieces as they're a blueprint towards this. In many ways, I think they're exposing some of the rot that is out there. I think the blueprint lies in uncertainty. It lies in being comfortable with not knowing, and that is incredibly vulnerable. But it's the way in which you attract other people to you. I've joked about it. I did a talk about this where I was like, in order to win, you may have to admit that you are a loser. And when I've made any ground with my MAGA folks or people I disagree with, the way I do that is to lead with the things that I don't know, to lead with my uncertainties. I think like failure is universal. It's the sexiest thing there is. If you can be open with the things that you're not good at, guess what? Other people in this room are not good at those things as well. They're nervous about them. They're unsure about that. And I think these devices in our pockets make us have to be more hyperbolic than we actually are. We have to be more certain with our ideas and thoughts because people are coming at us with knives. And if we aren't completely certain, then we're going to lose. And that's the way in which you have to engage with conversations on these platforms, but it's not the way you engage with human beings that you want to connect with, to fall in love with. And I think it's the essence of what improv is that vulnerability, is that openness. And for me, that has always been the root of the most open and fulfilling moments of my life.
So when folks engage in those sort of vulnerable moments and they are humble, it is so soul crushing to watch how our media landscape punishes them for those behaviors, right? When you think about, CNN, or especially on like the cable, like Fox and MSNBC, you never hear anyone say, well, this is what I think, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Could you convince me that I'm wrong? And what's hilarious though, is that very phrasing is phrasing that Jon Stewart used to always use. Again, like in the mid-2000s, when he'd have folks on from the Bush administration, he would say, here's what I see going on. This is my view on it. Can you explain to me why I'm wrong? And it was such a wild thing to see because we don't see that. And that's so important for democracy.
Yeah.
And we don't see it on the news.
Yeah.
Ever.
I mean, I don't know is maybe the sexiest phrase that is out there. And frankly, there's no space for it. I go on television shows. I don't know. Ooh, look at that. Isn't that nice? I don't know. I don't know. Look at this. But in the world of punditry, I don't know doesn't get you a spot on those shows. They want people with certainty. I don't know doesn't get you a 11 o'clock show on any channel. I don't know doesn't play on the internet. I don't know plays on a podcast. And I think that's what's curious. I'm not saying that podcasts are the answer, but I do think like it's a format of media where if you're curious and want to listen to somebody talk for an hour and a half about something, I think that's good. I think there's a format in that allows people to explore. And again, the structures that we have right now for our communication keep tending away from I don't know. And I think that is such a baseline to our humanity. And wherever we can retain that as not something to shy away from because it's embarrassing, but something to wear as a point of pride and an invitation, like that will only serve us in the future. I just hope there are spaces for it.
That actually is a lovely place, I think, for us to end our conversation tonight with just embracing vulnerability and embracing the spirit of uncertainty and I don't know.
I love it. Well, Dan, thank you for talking to me.
Jordan, this has been a treat and a half. Please join me in thanking Jordan Klepper.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And now, thank you all for joining us. And I believe that we're going to have some closing comments from a friend of ours who's going to talk. There he is.
Just for a moment, on behalf of the whole team from iMEdD and from SNF Ithaca, thank you for being here for this session and for the whole day. We really appreciate the conversation. I think what a way to end in a somewhat unexpected moment, talking about the presidency and then talking about satire. We'll just acknowledge it for what it is. Tomorrow morning, we still continue the conversations. The doors open at 8. We have breakfast. The session on local communities and journalism is at 9 o'clock. We hope you're here. Please come back. And we will close out the whole summit with a conversation around the role of AI. So truly, thank you for the day. Thank you for a really a fascinating conversation around comedy and what it means for democracy, because we need to laugh about some of this sometimes and also navigate the realities of what that means. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.